yes, here we go. I always like that little part at the end where it says, and here we go. Anyways, um, thank you guys for joining the live tonight. And Melissa is here with us, and we're going to be going over, of course, the Sebastian Rogers case. As you guys know, we are getting on to close to a year. In 20 days, we will be at a year since Sebastian Rogers was last seen. And the one that we can verify, obviously, is the restaurant. And other than that, to the garbage can one, it's again, Seth had said that he couldn't make out it was Sebastian, but he could make out that there was somebody going there. According to the neighbor across the street, she had asked the LE if it was Sebastian, and they had said yes. So bottom line is we can place Sebastian back at home. Anyways, so hey, Melissa.
Hi.
She's there. Anyways,
I am
let's.
here, I swear.
I know. So Melissa is back home. No worse for the weary on that one, eh, Melissa? She branded herself and covered. Yeah, she gave herself a branding. It actually looked like lips. She burned herself on a hot gun. Was it? Yeah, almost looks like I said, lips with a little droop down, half a heart in the middle of it on there. But
For
so
me, Texas, what are they? The Texas Rangers, their little circle with the star in it. That's what it reminds me of.
yeah,
Like half of it.
yeah. Are you glad to
Leave
be
it to
back
me
home
to
now?
drop a 1200
Oh, what
degree
was it?
gun on my face.
Uh,
1200 degrees.
were you underneath of the
I mean, it
vehicle
was
when
a
that happened?
split.
It was what?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was working on a truck.
Oh, okay. Working on a truck. Yeah, that's what you had said, and I was like, you go, Melissa." Okay. Now, you guys, we're gonna get into. Okay, so we'll start this with. We'll get into a couple things. So, Melissa is still in the works, and this will be a new drop soon enough. Which is, how do you actually explain this? Your new document that you've been working on again. I think the
So
links are
it's just through
clickable.
it's through Google Docs, and I like this one better because I'm putting more information into it, but it's going to be less pages, so it's going to feel more condensed, but not as condensed because there's going to be more. But I also like this one because it's got clickable links, so you
How
can
come I
click
can't
on the
click?
link and go right to wherever you want, or whichever link it is, and then you just hit
Uh,
I think 2 or something like that.
so you want so
You can't do it.
oh
You're an editor,
oh
so I don't
okay.
think it's gonna let you click it like that.
Yeah, so I appreciate that because in the last drop of that one, it was like you could see what link you put there, but it's not like you could really sit there and copy and paste it and stick it in. So
Yeah,
clickable links are always a bonus for that for sure. Um, so yeah,
and
go
there's so
ahead.
much information that you need that clickable link to just be able to go to it.
Yeah. I like on the sidebar here how it says introduction to family, official flyers, tips, Sebastian's health, and then you can scroll. Sebastian's favorite thing, Sebastian's photos. Because again, you guys, of course, this is what this is all about. Is this young man right here, Sebastian Rogers, and trying to understand, figure out, hoping he's still alive, versus, of course, not alive. Um, that he can still be brought home by some miracle here for his father, Seth, and for any other family members that truly care about Sebastian Rogers, and all the people out here that have been trying to. This case is a puzzle. That's clear and simple. It's a puzzle. You know that there's pieces missing. You're trying to understand what those pieces are without trying to fabricate information or trying to add untruths and stuff like that into there. Um, so that's very important always to, stick to the facts. And even if the facts aren't genuinely true because they came out of somebody's mouth, meaning, i.e., a parent, that's the bottom line is this that it's supposed to be based around LE, Chris Cady, anyone that's kind of spoken up, Seth Rogers, Robin Rogers, and whoever else is like, has that that closeness. Of course, that's considered to the case. That those to me are the horse's mouths. Other than that, anything else is just, speculation, assumptions, and trying to fill in gaps where we don't know where those gaps are because we don't know exactly what LE has, but we know that they're, working. They're still working to me very hard on this case. And yeah, Jennifer did a 20-minute live today. First part of it, and we'll get into the last part of that live that she did. The first part of it was about her talking about um, her the unsavoriness towards the drama on Twitter and or you can call it X, whatever you want, and on YouTube channels, and about definitely okay. I know the mob group said this about because there's always those trolls that will come in here and talk about grifting off cases. Honestly, I hate that word as well, but you can clearly see which ones are the grifters when you go to channels and which ones aren't. But hey, at the end of the day, if somebody wants to donate to a grifter or what's deemed as a grifter, and I agree with him. I deem a grifter as when you go to somebody's channel and they got freaking money bells everywhere for donations and stuff like that. I understand that people want people to subscribe to their channels and stuff like that, and that some people like to sit on a chair, and get paid to do so by bringing you information. And, but the thing is, at the end of the day, it's the public, the people that decide who they want to donate to or not. And I'm not a fan of the grifting like that at all because it just seems like you go there and all you see is donations, bells, whistles, tip jars, this, that, and it just becomes like a money grab thing to me. But each to their own still on how they do their own channel. It's really, at the end of the day, none of my business, but I can still have my personal opinions on that. And at the end of the day, I just worry really about this channel and what this channel stands for and what we do for any case that we follow. Agreed, Melissa? All right. She's a little
Yeah, I
slow there.
mean, I just I don't understand when I go on a channel, it just drives me nuts when it's all about the money or they only read the money comments or you can clearly tell that they're in it for the money and not in it for Sebastian or Delphi
Yeah.
or whatever case it is that they're covering. I'm like you, it drives me nuts.
It's just my personal distaste myself. I find it very irritating actually when there's stuff all over the screen. And so that's Stream Labs that allows you to do that. But I do find it annoying watching chat scroll down, all these bing bong whistles going off, all the time and stuff like that. And the, whole thing is about money, 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 hey, type of thing. But whatever, okay. So, anyways, so Jennifer Coffindaffer's part of hers was about that. Twitter in itself, especially with SF Investigates and the real ugliness going on there with Twitter, um, I find SF very unprofessional. If you want to claim that you're a private investigator, I'm sorry, but you are one of the biggest douchebags that could ever hit Twitter out there. That probably is a narcissist 10.0 versus Christopher Proudfoot, which is probably like a 5.0 in comparison to the two. But I still will appreciate any information, regardless if you're, that type of individual or if you're one of the most beautiful people in the world. Information is all I'm looking for. I honestly don't care about you as a person in particular if you're one of those undesirables. but yet you have something to provide for Sebastian Rogers' case. Hey, you do you, I'll do me type of thing. And like he's blocked me in my tweets, and it's like, idiot. Let me just go on my other Twitter account. Like seriously. But it's so funny though, people like him. But what I'm going to digress because I'm not going to get into him. At the end of the day, if he can provide information in Sebastian Rogers' case, no matter if he's smoozing up with the Proudfoots and getting paid a substantial amount, and then acts like he does on Twitter and how he whatever, you know what? So be it. Whatever. Like I said, it's not my life to live. It's his. And my thing is that from my lips to God's ears and stuff like that, I just want to be a decent human being in this life, regardless. But it is ridiculous to watch what's going on with the Sebastian Rogers case. And when I say that, this reminds me of like Summer Wells and different cases where, and Delphi, where people start coming in, trolling, threatening to hurt your life, to hurt your kids, all these ridiculous things that people do. Sebastian Rogers' case, why anyone would want to take away from finding a missing child for their own personal vendettas is just beyond ridiculous. And how these people live with themselves, acting the way they do, is just disgusting. And then at the end of the day, I'll just let karma do its course with these type of individuals. And then the people that truly care about Sebastian Rogers' case, that, truly are the ones that just want to be decent human beings, follow care and show up for lives, because you're very invested in this case, because, it just hurts your heart, breaks your heart that these things happen to children. And with Sebastian Rogers, obviously, we know he just vanished into thin air, pretty much is what it seems like. Then she what did she talk about next? Shoot, can't remember the middle part. The end part was about a little nugget, and that she was sharing stuff. So that one we'll watch. So Mob Crew yesterday, and I'm so glad that Mob Crew realized today his mistake when he saw these pictures. Now, these pictures were handed to him during the live, so he was kind of flabbergasted by seeing these pictures of the backyard of the Proudfoot home. So, I mean, I think most of us should have known that there was cameras in the back. We've heard about it, but we haven't really seen any visual per se until whoever it was, SF, put out that picture with the big privacy across it. Blah. I mean, spare me on the privacy part, okay? I mean, everyone has seen. I mean, that house actually has the Google privacy on the front of the house that's looking onto Sebastian's backyard. But anyway, so I'm so glad that Mob Crew realized his mistakes when he was talking about some lights and thinking that there was a person there and stuff like that, because I was working. It took me just honestly, I took his picture, SF's, which were pretty much identical, and it was easy to see where that light was coming from within minutes. But he didn't really have that much time, because he had been given these pictures on a live by someone named Julie, I believe it was, and then I think there was another person named Linda. So I think the main person though was Julie that was sending the pictures to him, which again, very grateful for. But I'm really glad that he, realized that two things for sure were not what they were, because that's what I scheduled my live for later, because I had to work, because that's exactly what we were going to be talking about as part of the live tonight, is those pictures and what's truly in those pictures, what's versus what isn't in those pictures. We also have that video that's going around, or not the video, sorry. We also have that picture going around where people are trying to claim. And again, I get it. I did the same in Delphi. I realized the errors of my ways, that you're trying to make Christopher, Katie, and Sebastian out of a picture that you've changed to try to get an image. And it's kind of like, once you put something in somebody's mind, it's hard to take it back out. So it's very hard to unsee Christopher, Katie, and Sebastian in that picture once that seed has been kind of planted in your head. And not that it was purposefully, it's just that like myself, when I was doing Delphi, you thought your work that you were doing was, good, that you thought you were trying to show something, and then you put it out there, but then again, people can think whatever they want, up to you. But pareidolia happens all the time. And such is the case when we're going to go through those pictures and I showed you a few of those pictures, Melissa. Um, at the end of the day, again, I'm very grateful for them because, it's kind of like Sebastian has three angles to leave his home from, you know, but all of those angles are angles that he would have been seen on a camera. And so he couldn't leave through the garage because there's lights on the garage side that would have captured him on the camera across the street, and probably the one that's facing Sebastian's home from the backyard. Sebastian and Christopher and Katie would have also been seen on the camera on the corner of Stafford and Kellen. So again, I'm just putting this out there and you guys can take it however you want. But obviously, if a car pulls up at 258, it's going down Kellen. Now, according to Bobby, and I'm going to take this one, it was about 3 to 5 minutes because she knows the person that owns the camera on the corner of Stafford and Kellen. She saw the video for herself, and it said that that car was sitting there for about 3 to 5 minutes, and then it backed up onto Kellen and went up. Okay, so this is one of those things. 2 plus 2, right? Obviously, if someone's going to be trying to sneak someone away, first of all, they're not going to be turning those lights on. So you can see that the lights have come and that they've kind of lit up near the truck vehicle that's at that home. Okay. But to sit there and have an image and think that Christopher, Katie, and Sebastian would not be seen on that camera is absurd, because obviously it can pick up, that camera has the directional view, and it would have picked them up even going anywhere near a truck or a car because of the lights that turned on, the motion lights / the car vehicle lights. So that doesn't make sense at all, that you're morphing a picture out of something that they would have been seen a lot better on that camera regardless. So whether Sebastian went to the garage side, he would have been seen. Had he come out from the back area there, he would have been seen. He also would have been seen, as Christopher Proudfoot had said, that he would have been seen if he left the back because of the camera, which he's referring to the camera that's across the neighbor's place right behind them that has a camera, and you would have seen that. So to me, this goes back to what the LE says, that you cannot, there's nothing to show that Sebastian left his home. And there isn't, because obviously he didn't go out the front door and veer off to the side, because he would have been seen by at least one camera or both the cameras, the one on Stafford. So there's no way you could even get close to that truck without being seen, without movement of the camera. The owner would have said it. Bobby would have said it. SF would have said it. But that's the whole point, is that they're not saying it because it's not true. So for me, that picture, good try at it. And obviously, like I said, it's one of those things, probably why Nancy Grace ended up taking the live down, that she did, because she probably got bombarded with people saying, like, are you serious? Like, you're literally going to show this? But I don't want to take away from the creator trying, because I did the same thing in Delphi. So I can't give slack if I've done the same thing myself and then realized, wait, pareidolia is for real. Enhancing pictures and playing with them too much beyond regular scope is just a bunch of images that start forming stuff, is what the problem is. I mean, you should have seen the stuff that I came up with Delphi. Okay. But anyways, and hey, everyone that's in here. Hi, Friendly Snake. How are you? Hi, Sherry Harper. How are you? So this channel is really just about trying to stick with the facts of the case and then talking about theories. So my thing for this is Sebastian Rogers never left that home. Or let me put it this way. He never left that home by way of leaving himself. Okay. And that's because he would have been caught on camera through the back, through the side, or through the garage side. If he would have went out the front straight ahead, he would have been caught on camera regardless, because he would have been caught by the neighbor across the street if he even would have anywhere went near that part, meaning it was dark to the backyard, but it's not dark in a sense if you're going like to the sidewalk. Well, there's no sidewalk, but you know what I mean. Even if the street doesn't have no lights, there still would have been movement. There would have been movement coming around. They would have been able to see that. So that leads me to believe what Ellie says is that there's nothing to show that Sebastian Rogers left that place. So we'll come back to this. Melissa, do you have anything? Oh, hey, Lou. Up close and personal. I always forget my
No,
voice.
I mean, I just like that we're about the facts. We're not. I mean, yeah, we discuss theories and we discuss what could
Because I like
happen,
to.
but it's just we try to focus on the facts, and that's something I think a lot of creators have forgotten.
You know what? Kudos to the creators that are truly trying to find answers. And I'm not going to sit there and give accolades to creators that literally just do lives to write off of Sebastian's case like it's a freaking game, or want it to be a circus act. I mean, each to your own, what you watch, don't care. At the end of the day, this channel just wants to really get into truth as best as we know it. And like Mob Crew, again, I applaud him for coming out and saying that he was wrong. Not only was he wrong on the lights, because because if he would have said something different, you know, I'd have to be like, come on. But when you have a following like he does for the case, right? Which is, good on him for having this following, that he's getting off of the Sebastian Rogers case, because people want to have answers regardless. They're trying to understand. And yes, he's been working hard on trying to understand the lights video, and the different things. Does it mean that he's right and he's perfect? Absolutely not. He knows that. Yesterday he started thinking that there was a person out back, and I got it. I understood that. But then again, all you had to do is play with the pictures for a second and realize that it was just part of the tree stump going up. So I'm just, like I said, you have to acknowledge when you're wrong, because you don't want that false information out there. All right. So again, hello to everyone. If you guys could hit that like, don't do it for me, please. Do it for Sebastian Rogers. Keep his name out there. Keep again, channels that try to put out facts and talk about the case, and stuff like that. Please give your support for that reason. Thanks, Lacey. So okay, so I'm not going to get into this one first. So what we're going to do, and I know that the Mob Crew, like I said, had a live earlier and went over these, but I'd already planned on doing this from last night. So I'm still going to show you guys anyway for anyone that didn't see, or just to go through it regardless, because it's important. So
And you're talking about going over the pictures that I sent you from Twitter
what pictures?
that
You didn't send.
I Facebooked you, the where the security where they had it like blurred out.
Are you talking about? Are you talking about the ones from SF Investigates? Is that what you're talking about? The one that says privacy?
Yeah.
I don't understand, because I got those literally from SF Investigates Twitter. So are you referring to something different?
No,
Like,
I just wanted to make sure that's the pictures we were going to talk about.
well, yeah, that's, I mean, the whole point was that picture. So again, SF Investigates, whatever. But if he has something to take, I'll take it. So he had put out a couple pictures, one with the home of the back part of this, the Sebastian Rogers, and then he also put out what he was pointing to, because he had did another dig on Mob Crew and basically said he thinks that the light is coming from Katie's room, which he did when he talked about it, but he was pointing to where it was coming from. But then someone named, I think, Julie, gave these pictures, and it was like, sweet. Thank you so much, Julie. Whoever you are, thank you so much. I think it was Julie Sputnik or something like that. So I think that's what you're talking about. Okay, so let's start with. Do I want to start with this one? Okay, so let's see here. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Okay, so last night I was, playing with this because again, this is actually I don't think I can. I think I have to bring it out of big view actually in order to do what I need to do. So I will take us off the screen for a sec, just to make this bigger. Um, and so I didn't post this to my Twitter. I posted it from Twitter from my other account. Um, but anyways, and you can block that one all he wants to, and then I'll just use my other one. Okay, so going to this picture. This picture is doubled up. Okay. So basically, the picture that you see here, lightly, here, let me see if is it this one? Transparency. Okay. So if I do this, you can see that the house is blurred, right? That's the one that SF Investigates put out. And then so using the same picture, as you can see, using the same picture, this is the one that Julie had sent in. So it was very easy to see in that same picture that the light is coming from across the way. It's not coming from the Proudfoot home. It's coming from across the way. This is the window on the corner. There is another window over here that's part of the master bedroom. And then there, of course, is those 4 windows in the sunroom. And then there's the patio one here. So SF again had blocked it out, as you can see, and you can see the pictures right here, right? See, all you have to do is just line them right back up because they're the same, virtually the same picture. They were a little off, but it was easy to just go back to the same picture. So that's how easy it was to distinguish where those were coming from. Okay, so tree, which is in front of, like basically this window here has like the tree kind of like blocking it out. And oops, here, let me go back. We want the unblurred. But anyways, the tree is kind of like from the camera angle, it's kind of in front of that window of the neighbors. And again, it's just showing the alignment of it. So I just wanted to clear that up. Tree across from the home. Katie's window, there's one here and there's one hiding behind this tree here for this one. So just quickly, anyone have any questions on this particular picture? I just wanted to make it nice and clear for everyone what you're truly looking at. Okay, so now I'm going to go back home for a second. Okay. Is that still big? Okay. So then there's so this picture here, again, it's taking 2 pictures, overlaying them so you can see. Now, in this one, you can see a few different lights going on. Now, hold on a second. I don't want to flip. Okay. I think it was, hold on. How did this one go? Right. Basically, it's taken this picture and this picture, overlaying it exactly where it belongs. The light is right here where it should be. The other light is right here. And that, again, was just to show where that light was coming from without, of course, the touches that I did on the drawings to show you guys. So, again, clear as day for that one. And it's just about, like I said, just putting out the truth, you guys. And that's pretty much it when it comes to stuff that we want to get right. Now, I will pull up a couple other pictures in a second here, but now this one is I'll call it a close replica. So it's not full on, it was just a quick one. Now, there is this light that, okay, so this is too high, obviously, but this is from the neighbor's house. Then there's a light. See how the window is here? Now, you guys have to remember that these photos, the photos of any backyard, for in a sense, like these ones, okay, those are from the house for sale pictures. There's 40 of them. Everyone knows it. That is not Katie's and Christopher's items in that home. That is when the owner prior to them had sold their home, and these are their pictures. But I have to wonder, because I've done this myself. So if there's a light that's kind of coming through this window, and there's a light that's coming through this window, or some sort of reflection, regardless, I wonder if the neighbor, the people that own the property, perhaps left these lanterns there, like these solar lights. If they had left them there, and then I wonder if that, because like I said, this isn't an exact spot on type of thing. I was just wondering if perhaps, because there is this other light source in the picture, and I'll show you it in a minute. I was just wondering if it was perhaps coming from these solar lights, and that's if they are solar lights. So here is the one picture blown up in a sense. That's the neighbors across the street home, right? That's coming from, okay, just to still put that in perspective, that's coming from that first window of Katie's and Chris's bedroom there. Okay, so it's not coming from the end one that you can't see. It's coming from that secondary one, and this that's near the four windows. And then there's that light that's kind of coming through, and then there's this light over there. So I was just wondering
What
if
is,
that,
Sunny? What
yeah,
is it? What room is these four windows? Do you know? Like
yeah,
where at in the
that's
house those four windows are?
yeah, absolutely. So let me stop the screen for a second, put us back, and let me go to this.
I
Okay.
know that probably seems like an oddball question, but if there's a light coming from one of those windows, I'd like to know
Sure.
approximately if we know where at in the
Yeah.
house that is.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to go through that anyway, because obviously it's important. So again, um, these lights here, it makes me wonder if the people prior to them had left those lights there, right, or not. Now, as you can kind of see here, right, reflections coming through a window, giving off some whiteness through each of the windows here. Obviously, this is daytime that happened, but it does make me wonder, unless Katie and that had a different type of source of because you know how she has solar lights out front. So it wouldn't surprise me if these were left behind because they just didn't take them and thought, I'll leave them for the next person, or if, because that there's no other really spot that I can see really. So again, this is not Katie's and Chris's backyard as they have it now, but they could have, the neighbors that own this, or sorry, the people that own this could have again left them behind. Could make sense. Kind of falls in line with the lighting. Okay, so this is
Well, I
the,
know at one point Katie had said that there were solar lights in the backyard.
I know she said that they were in the front yard. I
I
can't
do.
remember about the backyard. Yeah.
Yeah, she
And that,
said that there on Nancy Grace that she had solar lights. I think it was Nancy Grace that there were solar lights in the back.
mhm. Okay. So this would be Sebastian's room if this was Sebastian in the front. Back here would be, let's see here. Let me just go through these. Okay. So this would be the master bedroom here. I think this is a master bedroom. Let me just see. Actually, no. This is would be considered Faith's room. That one. Let's see. Is that a different? I just want to make sure that that's a different picture. Green. That's the same picture, isn't it? That's the same picture. So let's see here. So I believe that then this is the master bedroom, but let's just hold on. Let's just go through this properly because it's been a while since I fully looked at this, but I want to show you the room that we're talking about. Come on, let's go.
Okay, so I looked at the notes, and on Nancy Grace, she said that they have lights on the outside of their house that are not motion censored. They were
Yeah.
not on that night. We don't typically leave the floodlights on. The only
Right.
lights on the outside were solar lights in the garden. And then
Right.
Christopher Proudfoot said, and the two on the garage.
Yeah. Here's that room with the 4 windows. This is what she calls that. I think that sunroom is this room here. I think this is the one that she's referring to as the sunroom, that the dogs are in the sunroom. So this could be what
That
she
makes
refers
sense.
to as the sunroom, because she's not going to put the dogs outside. Like, they're not outside, they're inside. So I believe that this is the sunroom that because this is the one off of her master bedroom, right? And then it goes to that door there, where's the backyard. So I guess it's really how she determines a sunroom versus what you think a sunroom is, right? Because some people might think, oh, well, that one in the back. But the thing is, dogs were inside, not outside. So I would consider this to be more the sunroom.
Yeah, the way I understood her when she was describing where the dogs were, because she had said they were inside near the sunroom, I would assume that this is what she's talking about for a sunroom.
Yeah, which has the 4 windows that we see out back. Right, and then the other one goes to the porch, which obviously, if Sebastian would have went out the back, I mean, honestly, there would have been so much noise just from the squeaky screen and going out the door. Dogs would definitely be barking. And even though she claims that, like, the dogs don't bark and stuff like that, but whatever. Bottom line is, he would have been seen on camera, because right then and there is that one. Now, so on these pictures, is there anything else you want to see? Because there's, again, the sunroom leading to the back porch area coming off of the master bedroom over here. So, whoops. What did I do? Clicked on something. Oh, there we go. Anyways, and then whose ever bathroom, I guess that is. And so this would be like, I guess, the master bedroom here. It looks a little bit different. So that's what makes me wonder. Oh no, they're the same. It's just the angle of it. Okay. I was thinking that this window was smaller than this window, that this one was only one. So these are the 2 windows, right? So this window is the one that originally Mob Crew thought it was coming through the light, but then there is this little glimmer of light that's kind of coming from this area. Um, Someone on this thing said perhaps it's maybe from the TV. Maybe she turned the TV on. Perhaps maybe that's lighting up the room a little bit. Who knows, right? Bottom line still for me, out of all of anything we're talking about, is Sebastian would have been seen on any of the cameras going out. The LE, like I said, they're not here to play us for fools. They might be able to, not give us information and whatever, but they're a lot smarter than we are. They have way more technology than we do, in so many ways, besides the hackers and those people. Obviously, if they're looking at video footage, if they had something, they'd be on it like flies to shit. They have said that there's nothing to show that Sebastian left the home. Why? Because he would have been seen on the camera there, the camera behind, or the camera on the side. He would have been seen. So to me, that whole Christopher, Katie, Sebastian picture, that's just an anomaly to me, and it makes no sense, because it would have to make sense that they couldn't have a better visual than having to manipulate a picture in order to achieve that. Common sense says that if a vehicle has its lights on, that you would easily be able to see people on a video. We would have been seeing a video, people. Okay. If the owner was given out the camera footage that they have, or they send it to a friend and that friend shared it out, and that's how, Nick Perez got it and stuff like that. But again, Bobby says that she saw the footage, and we know that we can tell that we've seen the actual footage, because we can see the entire screen with the camera recording buttons on it, in a sense, the time, the date, and all that stuff. So it does seem pretty absurd to think that all of those things, and that we had, and that sorry guys, and again, I'm not trying to put down Clutch Them Pearls or this other person. that were talking about it on Nancy Grace or the other lady that they were working with. But it just seems pretty absurd that you have to manipulate a picture in order to try to show something when we would have seen that on camera. And definitely someone would have made mention to that, whether it was Bobby, whether it was SF Investigates, somebody, whether it was Nick the Hat, people that have the video footage from around the neighborhood. You're right. Because again, we're not trying to
So,
put in stuff.
Sonny, you
Go
know
ahead.
that SF Investigates came out and said that that picture was fake because they actually used an Idaho 4
Mm,
photo and they showed that it was faked,
I heard that.
basically.
But I don't trust him either. I'd have to look at that for myself. But I'd actually have to care, to be honest with you. I know better than to believe in that type of imagery because of Delphi. So meaning I don't want to take away because I've done it myself. So I'd be a total hypocrite if I literally tried to bash someone for putting in an effort to try to show something. And if they tried to use an image from which you know what, I'm almost not really believing that. I get the fact that I did see a picture vaguely on this, I can't think of the person's name, some females live, the one that was working there with Clutch Them Pearls. I did see a picture of the Idaho 4, but honestly, I honestly don't believe that that person was trying to manipulate. Maybe she had that picture, you know, like for another purpose. But I honestly don't believe that this person, you'd have to be pretty small in this lifetime to try to use an Idaho 4 and get away with it, considering how smart people are. I just don't believe that to be true. Honestly, I think that SF Investigates, as the know-it-all, thinks he knows everything, and that all they have to do is see that picture. Because I did see the picture of the Idaho 4, but I don't believe it was something that it was used to manipulate us and to do that on purpose. I just don't feel like that channel is about trying to be deceptive that way. Maybe definitely inexperienced in um, photos and stuff, and how to manipulate them and what pareidolia is perhaps. But I don't really feel like that's a true answer. So I'm not buying that about the whole trying to use an Idaho 4 picture. Could be wrong. I could be totally wrong. I'm just not seeing it. I just think it's someone that they take something, they run with it, they pass it around, and then everyone's acting like that it was an Idaho 4 picture, which typically happens. So I'm not buying it. Did you look at it enough to make a decision?
Well, I don't believe in the picture at all for a couple of reasons.
Mm. And one second, I'm gonna.
One, it makes no sense because, like you said, the lights would have been on. But then I think back and people were trying to make something out of the lights in the light video of people fighting and this and that. And it's
Yeah.
like, for me, you see what you want to see. And if you want to see Chris and
Yes.
Katie, you're going to see Chris and Katie. If
Yes.
you look at it with a brain, you're going to know that it's not what they're portraying it to be. Does that make sense?
Yes. Absolutely. And again, and we're gonna get to that picture actually right now. Um, let me let's get to something for instance right now. Actually, okay. So for instance, Mob Crew was talking about this picture. Okay. A lot of people were taking stabs at what it could possibly be. I don't think it was actually hard. You guys in chat, come on. What do you think is in this picture, realistically? What do you guys think? And this is again is trying to show you the power of brain cells in a sense, and what you see and what's true, right? Because let me make it bigger for you guys. 1 second. Okay. Let me make it a little bit bigger still. Okay. Anybody? What do you think it is, Melissa?
Not real sure.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would assume that, I mean, I can see the houses clearly, and I'm going to
Yeah.
assume this is the shed that was in the photo, but I'm not quite sure if it's just a piece of the shed coming out back, or I
Mm,
don't think it's anything like a car or a person or anything like that. It looks more like a piece of a building, or
yeah.
I can't really make it out.
Yeah. I'll tell you what it is in a second. Well, you say zoom in and out. Let's see here. I don't know. I can on this program. It's not like I can zoom in and out like what you're saying. So that's up close. And I guess I could have done probably zoom in and out. Hold on. Let me see. 1 sec. Let me bring it back to reality. Well, I guess I can zoom it in and out. I'm lying. Hold on. Oh no, this isn't it. Why is that picture not? Oh no, it is. Okay. Okay, so let me. Can I zoom it out once it's in big mode? Oh, I think I can. No, not really. Not when I'm in big mode like this. But anyways, let me go back into. Unfortunately, I can't really do it in the big mode like that on here. Um, let's see if I, because even then, if I take away that, okay. Sort of looks like a coffin, but I wasn't going to say that. It looks like a grill, a barbecue grill, or a smoker. Okay, so this is where your eyes plays tricks on you for sure. I'll show you what it is in a minute. Um, but I will show you something that is giving you an illusion of something that's not true. So this picture here, and I wonder if I can, 1 second. Let me edit it and just see if I can give it some better coloring of some sort. Let's see here. Um, that's just going black and white. Okay. Just trying to, you know how you can play with filters a little bit. I don't want to get too deep into it. Just want to keep really the natural one that it is. But if this kind of enhances it better for you, looking at it this way, well, this is how I'm going to leave it. So this is, of course, this housey trailer looking thing, okay? Meaning the house that looks like a long gated trailer. It's a garage, is what it is, that they probably converted into some sort of livable space, perhaps. Who knows? Either way, at the front side of it, you can see that it's a garage. The house is to the left of this. Okay, so right here in Mob Crew Circle, what's deceiving people is that this is part of that black gate that runs along the yard. So people keep thinking that it's some sort of camper, some sort of hitch that they're seeing. No, this here is the gate, the black gate that you see on the neighbor's land, and then Katie and Christopher have on their land. So what that is I'll show you exactly what it is, because again, I don't think it was rocket science, but nobody seems to be guessing it what it was. Does anybody guess it yet? Trash cans. Okay, so let me bring in the picture of actually truly what this is. Now, bear in mind, your eyes are visually looking at this thing, and I've enhanced it to make those black things darker, which is the actual fencing. Because this is actually on Katie's and Chris's yard. So Mob Crew got that part right, that he believes that it's more on Katie's and Chris's. But what is it? Um, Again, let me just hold on. File, upload files, upload. 1 second. And well, that's what it is right there. It's Katie's van. It's Katie's van. People are getting confused because of the black bars. But it's the back of Katie's van, is all it is. It's the work van. So if I just do this, okay, the top, erase these black bars, right? Because that's part of the gate that runs across the land. What do you have? You have the back of a white van with the little thingy on top. And so that I don't understand. Like, no one seemed to be guessing that it was Katie's van. Maybe some people did, but I never seen it. Anyways, that's what it is, right? The light shines right past here to the neighbor's thing, and it's just the back of Katie's van. But people are getting all, again, delusion to the eyes because these black things are in the way. So obviously, so does that make sense to you, Melissa? See, because people,
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. The black bars weren't throwing me off. It was the boxy shape of it, I guess is the way to put it, because it looks more like it's a boxy shape than like a rounded vehicle for me.
well,
It wasn't
it
even
is
the
a
black
boxy
thing.
shape.
It was just like, but it is. I mean, you're showing it. I mean, it makes
It's a
sense that it's the
box.
back of the
Yeah.
van.
Yeah, it's like a box, the boxy typical shape. So honestly, yeah, so a lot of people keep thinking that these bars here, but again, let me just quickly take this down for a second. And sorry, I mean, no, come up close, but let's just go to Google, I guess, and Earth share screen. Um, no, I don't. I want aerial view. So actually, I don't want that. Just one second. Let me load up um, the timeline. Okay. Let me do that first. Present window. Um, wonder. Oh yeah, this is the one that
What's
has like
Subby playing tonight? I hear him in the back.
cameras. No one's the camera ones. It's not the one I'm going to show, but this is the one that was showing where cameras are on the houses. Anyway, that's not what wasn't what I was going to show. What'd you say?
I said, I hear your husband back there playing a game.
Yeah, he's gaming. They're gaming. Uh, this one distorts out of there. Let's find. Okay, so if we go to the back of their yard, as we say, we know that this is the one that we're referring to. Okay, so that sees right to this, like the angle that it's at. Let me see if I can just make that a little bit better. Okay, then it is. But anyways, bottom, see, here's her van right here, right? So this right here is the black gate, and the black gate here. That's what's interfering in the view, and that is the line of that you're right seeing through till you get to that neighbor's window that's lit up. Okay. So at the end of the day, it's the back of her van. That's what you're seeing. You're seeing that angle that cuts right here to that house light, and it's the back of the van. But this is interfering in it for people. Anyways, it's just one of those things. Take it as ever you want. I like to use the common sense of what because at first when I was looking at it too, it gives you the illusion, okay? It gives you the illusion like it's closer than what it is, and it seems like it's almost behind. But the thing is that we never saw a picture with any sort of camper or any sort of anything in front of that garage that's right facing the Proudfoot's home. Okay. So we never saw anything. So then you could tell, like when I was looking at it last night, I was like, wait a second, that's actually coming from the Proudfoot area. Um, and then even I too had to like think to myself, okay, what makes sense here? And then obviously because the camera is lower and on the ground, but it's the gate interfering with it that's giving it this illusion of these black lines. And people are kind of going, oh, yeah, are they garbage bins? Are they this? Are they that? No, it's Kate. It's okay. Does anyone agree with me on that one? I mean, if you do or
I do.
don't, it doesn't. Okay. Does it make sense that it would be? Because that's all, we're just, all we're trying to do is think about Sebastian and the fact of what's truth. If Sebastian, let me just go back to the Google Maps here. Okay.
But
So
I agree with
again,
you. I mean, if Sebastian would have walked out the back of the house, that camera would have caught
mhm.
him. Plain and simple.
So that's just it. That's what I was just gonna say. You don't have a says it's either the van or it's a coffin. Not sure yet. Well, I mean, perhaps the vehicle in the garage was the coffin and not so much the van that morning. Who knows? All I know is that if we go back to here, Sebastian would have went out this way. He would have been seen by this camera on this house that can see the garage and the front door. If he would have went out the back, and again, we have to remember that there are some trees that still have some green, the evergreens, but most of those trees don't have a lot of life to them in the wintertime. And we're talking about February 25th. But, anyways, so this camera would have picked him up. You would have been able to see movement from Sebastian. And if you didn't see it there, then if he was going through here with some sort of flashlight, you would have seen him over. So they're trying to say that the car is about here, right? It's about right here because I mean, there is the light that kind of hits the truck right about here. So maybe the vehicle pulled up right here on this side, which was creating that light to come off. But again, at the end of the day, any point, this camera here would have seen some movement coming through. Because if the light is hitting here, obviously then the vehicle is on this side of the road because we know that there was a vehicle at 258 going up Kellen. We know, according to Bobby, that the vehicle was there for 3 to 5 minutes because she personally saw the recording of the lady because that's her friend that owns this home, even though she's a busybody for sure. But anyways, so at any point, Sebastian, they would have seen movement on this camera. If he would have come out the side, they would have seen him or something moving. They would have seen some movement. If we can see lights on their or whatever lights or shimmery reflections on this home, you can sure bet you would have seen, even if he's wearing black, he still had white stripes, okay, on his pants. So it's just, to me, it's again, at the end of the day, the Aliyah said that they have nothing to prove that Sebastian left the home. So what does that leave us with? All right, Katie, care to come up? Care to tell us exactly what happened to Sebastian Rogers? Would you like the floor? Would you like to come up and tell us exactly what did happen to Sebastian Rogers? Because since he would have been caught either way on cameras, then that means that the LE is correct, of course, in saying that there's no proof he left home. So what's the alternative if Sebastian didn't leave home himself, right? Because it doesn't make sense him leaving home. None of anything they've said about Sebastian leaving home. No shoes, no phone, no games, no knapsack, no snackies, no nothing. So some kid 15 years old is going to get up in the middle of the night and just leave their home barefooted, and they're not going to be found or seen at any point in time at all, and that the searches have been done. So to me, I can't go back. I always go back to that home, that through the vehicle or something happened to Sebastian. Because again, if you just kind of keep it to the basic facts and the truth, is it, do you honestly believe that LE didn't do their job correctly and look at all the videos that they could possibly muster up to see what happened to Sebastian? No. Do you think some YouTuber is going to sit there and figure out that, hey, you know what? We've come up with this picture, this image of Chris, Katie, and Sebastian on something that doesn't make sense. No offense, but seriously, it's not going to happen. Okay. But what we do know makes sense. And because of these images provided by Julie and by SF, which you can, let's talk about the timestamp as well while we're at it. I think it only took about 1 second to realize that the stamp of 30651 was put there by none other than SF Investigates himself. You could clearly tell that that's not a true timestamp, that timestamp was like me doing it right, like sitting there going to my program and adding that time. Do I think it was a manipulation tactic? Well, with SF, you never know, but that's not a truthful timestamp in the sense of it might be a truthful time and he might have applied it because in order to create the picture, but at the end of the day, then you would want to show both pictures. But that to me is clearly, do you agree? Let me go back to that. Let me stop this for a second. And then let's go back to that because to me that was clear
Yeah,
as
I mean,
day.
you can tell that it was, you can
Yeah.
tell that it was not an actual timestamp, that it was somebody just saying with like a little text, here it
Yeah.
is, and this
I
is what
mean,
time it was. You can tell it's not a true
yeah.
timestamp on the camera. It may be what the camera said, but
Yeah.
it's not a true
You know,
timestamp like the one that we seen in the trash video or the light video or whatever.
now whatever font he used, 2024, whatever font he used, and all I have to do is click effects, add that to it, whatever. Let's see here, actually. Let's do it like his, in a sense. Okay, and then we'll go to effects and just add a black thin line around it. Can make it a little less. Anyways, that's all that he did
I agree with it.
was just create this, whatever font he used, but that's all he did was just add that. Now, does it make sense? Oh, wait,
You
am I
know
not
you're not
showing you?
sharing the screen, right?
Oh my God, I'm
No.
so bad. Here I was doing what I thought was all in front of you guys, and I didn't. Anyways, so I just created this myself, and that's all this really is. Whatever font he used, to do it. Who knows? Not really sure. Document fonts, whichever canvas, whichever font that he used to create that. Like I said, I can sit here and make multiple different ones. But anyways, he used a thin one, obviously. But that's all he did was he actually put this stamp on himself. That I could tell within 1 second of looking at that timestamp because stamps for videos don't look like that. They all look more like you know, kind of like in the video timestamps. They all look like that type of thing. They do not look like something that you put on yourself. But that's what that was. Is that Ray? Is Ray around? Is Ray around? Yeah. Okay. Oh wait, I didn't make that big enough. But you guys get it? Okay. So now, question is, do you think that although he manipulated by putting the timestamp on, even though I think it was a joke that he put this house blurred for privacy on there, like what a joke. So thank you, Julie. I just want to thank that person, Julie, like times 1,000 for sending the mob crew these pictures yesterday, the ones without the blurred crap that's going through it. I mean, seriously, like nobody's seen the back freaking yard of the Proudfoots home. What are you trying to do? Like, there's what privacy? We all know it's 1008 Stafford Court. Everyone knows that. So why are you putting the privacy in the back of the yard? It's ridiculous. To me, he's, again, manipulating, trying not to show maybe the other lights, perhaps, in that picture. So, anyways, totally, he stuck this timestamp. Now, my question to you, Melissa, is: do you think what reason do you think he actually put the timestamp on himself versus using a true timestamp that probably would have been on the nest?
Because I think the camera view is more than what he's showing. I think the
Right.
camera actually shows a good portion of the house and everything else. So
Hmm.
when he's manipulating it to bring it smaller or closer or whatever, um, he cut that timestamp out.
Yeah.
So he just put it back on there because to
Yes.
me, it would have been a bigger picture. I mean, cameras have a large view range, so
Right.
there would have been more to this picture than. So I think when he cropped it, he cropped out the timestamp and felt the need to manually put it on there. But I agree. I
Yeah.
don't understand. I can understand blurring the house that has the camera to an extent. If they had something on their porch or somebody was sitting on the porch, but to blur the back of the Proudfoot home
Yeah.
is just ridiculous.
Hmm.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
And in all honesty, all he did was make it seem like they were more guilt. Like, you know what I mean? Like they made them seem more guilty. Like because people are saying, "Oh, that's her bedroom and the lights on, and this just proves that she's guilty." And it's like, but that's not where the light's coming from. But because he blurred it
Yeah.
out, it's harder for
Right.
people to tell.
Right. Exactly. And so, going back to say this one here, um, and I'll try to make it bigger here, but okay. But I can't move it around. That's the thing. I can't. When I'm in this mode, you guys can see it better, but I can't see it any better. Here, let me just take off the backdrop. And the hi, crybaby. Um, welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, so I can't, like I said, I have to leave it in this mode. Or sorry, I gotta go back to in this mode. I can't really adjust my overlay, so that's why I have to bring it back to this. So again, uh, thanks to Julie, who gave them to the mob crew. So I do believe that the timestamp is correct. I think it was like you just said, it was exactly my thoughts. Is that he was trying to show a closer up, but I still think that he should have showed the original picture with the true timestamp on it than just placing one on there. Um, but again, so this was to show you. Let me just go back into the transparency. Okay. Oops. Why is it? Oh, I must have clicked on the red thing. No, I wanted to click on the picture. Let's try that again. Okay. So this is the one SF put out. Okay. And although there was some minor adjustments, very minor, right? I could take this photo. Where is it? Where's you doing? Hold on. Get back there. Get back there. I could take this photo and do the same thing. It was really the same thing. Okay. Now, again, all you have to now, I moved it a little out of shape. See how this is? Okay. This is the one that Julie sent, but it's the same darn angle. So it's from the same Nest camera. But all I had to do was literally stick it on top, and it was like voila. So I'm glad that Chris acknowledged that he was wrong and thinking that that was coming from Katie's window, which obviously it's not. It's coming from across there. That's her van, that object that's in front of this garage. And this window is the one that same mob crew thought it was. Because you still want to give people this false, like this false belief of something. So it was nice that he corrected on two things because he also thought that this other image was a person, and which was of the tree, or sorry, let's see here. It's because I saved this. If I moved, well, because I got my little
Hey,
drawings on there.
Sunny,
Yeah, go ahead.
could that reflection on that where the 4 windows are, and there's a little bit of a reflection. Could that be from whatever light we determined was a stationary light in the light video, in the flashlight video?
Could very well
Maybe.
be. Yeah, which one was that here?
Because that would create the illusion that a light was on, even if it's just a reflection of
uh,
a light somewhere else reflecting onto it.
okay, so like this right here, again, that's coming from the van. Okay, that's just a light illuminating, like for probably from the garage. You know how the garage lights are always on the Proudfoot side. That's just lights beaming from off to the van, creating these illusions. So don't put something into it than more than what it is. But let me just see it with this one. Is this the one, or do I got to bring the other one in?
Yeah, this is
Okay.
the one I was talking
So
about, where that light is right there on the 4. What could, no,
right
yep, right up
here,
there. Could that be a reflection? Yeah. Would that
absolutely.
possibly be a reflection from a, whatever stationary light, floodlights, or the gazebo or whatever? If
Well,
it reflects off that window, it's going to give the illumination, or give the illusion that it's coming from like
well,
inside, even though it's just a
it's one of those things too. Okay. Um, I'll just say this quickly before we get into this more. Is that we know that Ellie told Seth and Christopher Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot where those lights were coming from. That one light was coming from up on Honeysuckle where a garbage truck was, and that the other lights were, you know, um, floodlights off of one place. So basically, it went floodlights, then Honeysuckle, and then like a stationary light. Now, when that video was taken by Nick Perez, again, it was somebody taking it like this. And then all of a sudden it was like, and then we see this thing go off screen and on screen and whatever. But he only gave everybody just that glimpse. And that's the part that sucks because he should have shown the video in its fullness and then shown that. So to me, that was kind of being deceptive in the sense that you want to see the original and you want to see what you did and that you zoomed in and that there's these lights instead of, but you're using your phone to create this. And honestly, when you watch the video that came out later that shows the trucks and the camera and the boat and all that, you can see that that one light is very stagnant on the right hand side. It doesn't move, it just stays there. Whereas this other light, again, but it's I want to say this, it's one of those things that you can take it and run with it all you want, thinking it's a flashlight video or the garbage truck video. At the end of the day, it becomes like looking at the full picture. It becomes about, would Sebastian have been seen on any of those cameras, back, side, and that home? So again, people were putting out this video acting like they're seeing Christopher, Katie, and Sebastian when you would have clearly seen figures way better than having to manipulate a video if there was actual video footage of Katie, Chris, and Sebastian going to a vehicle. Does that make sense? No, because it doesn't line up with the lights that are shining on a vehicle. If someone's going to take a kid, do you honestly think that they're going to freaking drive down the street with their lights on, and then sit at the corner with their lights on? It doesn't make sense. And then that way they'd have to cross into the light and then they would be seen. It just doesn't make sense. And I'm just here to say common sense overrides, things that people want to believe or out to believe. At the end of the day, I believe that what Ali is saying is true, that there's no proof of Sebastian Rogers leaving the home that day. Sebastian Rogers, right? So to think that Katie Christopher took Sebastian, it would only make sense if there was stuff to really back that up, but there's not, because it doesn't make sense to come into a light and then someone pick out what seems to be Katie when you would have clearly have seen them. Okay, they would have clearly have been seen in the camera view. And so when you look at Nick Perez, all you're seeing is the backyard, in a sense, zoomed in. And of course, that's black. I mean, you're looking into the common area, zoomed in into that area, and there's no light. So, of course, it's black there. Versus when you're looking at the camera, that second video and third video that came out, where you see that the trucks are lit up from the motion light, that you see that a vehicle comes, lights are on, and then it goes up Kellen. And of course, the police have already said that every vehicle has been accounted for. Why? Because there's only 2 vehicles that we've ever seen that we know of through SF Investigates, through anybody else, that it's just those 2 vehicles. The Uber that went to Devon, and then the other one that, well, that's according to Bobby. She said Devon. But anyways, it went to that house up on Kellen there. And then this vehicle, which stops on Kellen and Stafford and then heads up Kellen again, right? So they were accounted for. But it just boils down to he would have been seen on camera. And what child is going to leave themselves? So we can take that right out. Because no child is going to leave with their phone on the counter, in the kitchen counter, that they don't take their snackies that they love so much. You know, they're not going to take their game that they love so much playing Minecraft. That doesn't make sense. So that just totally washes that. Using this video, this footage now that we know that we can see the backyard. I always knew we could see the backyard, hence why Sebastian, like meaning dead on through the backyard, that would have been caught on camera. Christopher Proudfoot said it. Plus, we already knew that there was a camera there. So it was just so awesome to see. Look, Sebastian couldn't have gone out the garage way because he would have been seen. He couldn't have gone out the back way. Either way, that light is still catching their yard on the side. They would have seen movement on the camera of Sebastian. And then to think that Sebastian somehow and Chris and Katie weren't seeing at all movement on the other one just doesn't make sense. So it goes right back to home. Ellie said, there's no proof at all that Sebastian left that home. Why do you think the dogs didn't go anywhere? Because Sebastian didn't leave that home. There's nothing to show that. So do you have anything to say more to your chat or anything? Yeah, 0%.
No, man. You know, law enforcement has said that there was no evidence of him leaving the house. So, you know, that takes himself kind of out of the picture because, in my opinion, he would have been seen. If he goes out the back, he's getting caught by this camera. If he goes out the side, he's getting caught by a camera. And they've said that the only door he could have gone out was the front because all the doors were locked, and you have to have a key for all of the doors except for the front door, which has a keypad. So that's why they're saying he went out the front door. Well, if he would have went out the front door, he would have been caught on camera.
Well, exactly. So now this one here, I just want to go back to this one because this is the one that Mob Crew at first thought that it was a person, and people are going, "Oh, it's a person." I knew better than that. It did have that resemblance of possibly a person, but it didn't make sense because obviously, if Ali knew that there was a person on this clipping and stuff, they would have been like flies to shit on that. As for these window lights, I'm not putting anything into that because at the end of the day, I believe that Sebastian, like Ali said, there's no set proof of him leaving the home. So this goes back to Katie, regardless to me. So again, makes me wonder, Katie, do you have something to say? Because to me, you're not acting like the morning mother or the mother that's screaming from any rooftops at all. So I just question that, absolutely, because it looks odd. It is odd. Every essence of how Katie and Christopher have handled this case, whether it's that Christopher Proudfoot is just one of the biggest narcissists, and he's just full of himself and just loves the attention. Maybe he's clueless to the fact that Katie took out her own son. Maybe she didn't. Do you not find it odd the way that she's acted since Sebastian has disappeared? Maybe it's something like I think it was on Queen Bee's Live. They literally asked Christopher, like, do you think by chance Katie had something to do with it? You know, and he was like, yeah, no, if I would have even thought that for a second and stuff like that. Or maybe she did, and he has no clue. that she actually did something. It's a possibility. Maybe that's why he's so hell bent. And so, because when I listen to Christopher, granted, he's a narcissist. Granted, he embellishes stuff. Granted, he doesn't remember shit that he says. But if there's one thing that he does come across to me like, it's this conviction, this strong-willed conviction. Like, hey, bring it on. Come on, give me all you got. Look, there's nothing to see here. We did nothing. We've been cleared. Da 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 da. But does he really know? If he had no part of this at all, like let's say if hypothetically, if Katie did do something, maybe it was for the sheer fact that her life sucked, her marriage sucked, her kid was a pain in the ass. Maybe something truly more happened than her timeline of this thud, because again, let's just think about that really, like realistically, right? That Katie Proudfoot has set the timeline. Even let's just even think that Christopher had no clue about this. But because this is all Katie's timeline, anything he's hearing, let's just take Christopher out of it, that he's, the innocent narcissistic factor and all this, and that Katie herself, right, had a different, there's really a different true line of events. But the one that Katie has portrayed is, like this whole mix up of falling asleep at 10, then up in bed and stuff like that, and then of course the thud. Is that thud even true? You know, or is it just a little droplet, of saying that? Does Christopher say the word we would have heard him? Just because that's how they use it. And I know, Melissa, you want to say something to that. The we word.
So while I was at my brother's house, he asked
It's
me, he said, "So what case are you working on?" And so I started telling him about it. And I asked him, I said, "Let me ask you, could you drive from your house?" And then I named a town. I said, "Without GPS." And him and his wife both said yes. I said, "Okay." I said, "Tell me if you got about 30 minutes to hide a body in your house." I said, "You can't go out any of your doors because you're going to get caught on camera." I said, where are you going to hide the body?" And in unison, they said attic. And I was like, yeah, I kind of thought of that too. And I said, well, what about like a tote in the garage? And they're like, and he looked at me, he said, well, why not just like a drum in the garage, because it would be sealed? And I'm like, well, that's a good idea too, because nobody's going to think anything of you loading up a tote or something in your camper when you're leaving. And so then I asked him, I said, well, let me ask you this. I said, do you guys say the word we? We're doing this, we're doing that, we did this. I said, even if it's just one of you doing it, I said, do you say we? And he sat and he thought for a second and he said, yeah. He said, actually, we do, because they're building a new house. And he said, the other day I told somebody we were digging a trench, even though she wasn't digging it, I was, out of habit, because they do so much stuff together. They use the word we a lot, even if it's just one of them. And it's like, I guess I never thought of it like that, because it still strikes me as odd, the we comments. But he has a point. If you're used to doing things with your
yeah.
spouse,
Oh, I mean,
then saying we all the
yeah,
time out of habit.
yeah. Um, I wanted to show you something else because I had taken a picture a couple weeks ago, and I want to show you again um. Let's see here, 1 second. I want to show you about the illusion of things. Okay, this picture here. Okay, whoops. Oh, I set it as the background. Hold on, undo. Okay, this picture here. Nice sunset, isn't it? Like the sunset there, Melissa? Yo, Melissa.
I swear I never can find my daggum mute button.
Okay, And it's not a shadow, it's part of the tree. Uda, 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 Uda. Okay, but you see this picture here that I took, like, where I live? Can you see the
It's a pretty sunset, but why do you have like red fairy lights on the ground?
They're not. It's an illusion. Those are actually lights from the back of the vehicle. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. So it's just it's just on the picture, but there's no fairy lights there at all whatsoever. Okay, but you see this light right here? You see
yeah.
how it expands? And I actually, when I took the picture, I thought it was the moon at first. I was like, "Dang, that's a big moon," but it wasn't. It was literally this light right here, right? Kind of like those lights that we see on the side of that flashlight garbage truck video, but it wasn't. But see
Yeah.
how it projected this huge orb of a light when it wasn't true? So,
Makes it look like one instead of
exactly. My point there is that um, most of us have no knowledge whatsoever of lights, how they work, what they look like when they're exposed, what they look like in the dark. We think we know, but we actually truly don't know. So, whoops. So, those lights, for instance, in the flashlight video, can be definitely very deceptive for the sizing that you're looking at. Because this is the same thing, but this is the trueness of how the light looked. And that's how manipulation on the eye can easily happen in like a flashlight video where you think, well, that couldn't be a keychain flashlight because obviously wouldn't illuminate that big. But that's just to show you really just how much our brains trick us and how little we do know, in a sense. And that's why I'm, kind of personally skeptical, like I said, about this whole light thing. I personally, honestly, like I said, don't care anymore. I'm just trying to show you guys, like, I'm not going to make anything out of a back of a van and lights flashing off of it from the garage. I'm not going to make any big deal about happening to see some lights on in Katie Proudfoot's, perhaps that one part of the bedroom, which could be a TV on, giving why it's giving a lesser light, simply could be, right? I'm not making a big deal of the light that's on the porch or the sunroom. It could be just a reflection of the floodlights that are from the video from the neighbor that are beaming down right on the side of, let me, do I have that still actually? Let me, 1 second here. Let me go back to that.
yeah, I just feel like that one is a reflection. And I mean, if she's home alone
Yeah.
with just Sebastian, I can see her turning a TV on for some.
Well, that's where the doggies are in that room, that sunroom. Um, but I kind of want to go to the backyard there. So again, this is like the porch. Obviously, that screen would have made a big sound. I'm not even thinking that Sebastian left at all through the home, because this camera would have seen movement, because these trees would be totally a different color. Most of them would have lost their leaves already, and they would have a better visual than what we're seeing here because it was in February. But if you see on the, let me find it. This house, okay, here, this one here, okay, that's their floodlights. Well, that's not going to reach to this window though, because those are setting different. So that's not going to be created from that. Perhaps there is a light on in this window. Perhaps there is. And perhaps, but if there's one thing I know for sure, just kind of what I showed you, is don't believe what you see, because what you're seeing isn't necessarily the bigness or whatever you want to call it of what it is. That reflection could be illuminating for whatever reason and giving the impression that it's a lot bigger of an illumination than it is because it's coming off of a camera. And it could be just that it's illuminating, not that some lights on in some dog room. And that, Katie, at the end of the day, again, I just kind of want to stay with what seems the truest. And the truest thing is that Sebastian would have been seen on either angle had he left, of any of those angles. So he didn't. So where does that leave me for my own personal thinking? That the LE is right, that there's no proof of Sebastian leaving home, that the dogs could not find a scent, pick up a scent. Why is that? Because he perhaps left out his garage. There's probably more truth to that story than somebody else's timeline that they've given us. Perhaps something did happen, right? But again, we don't know because everything's just Katie's, theories and stuff like that. Does it seem does it when you line up that Chris's and Katie's marriage is falling apart? Okay, he's told Seth, I don't want, I don't got time for like Sebastian's crap and Katie's crap. Our marriage is on at the end, basically. And that's not a shocker. He's been married 5 times. Would it be unreasonable to think that after 8 years together, that their marriage is falling apart, that Katie's in a depression, that Katie gives her son a last day of spaghetti pancakes, fun fact, and takes him out and does all these things on his last day, including taking pictures of him while he's there? Does it seem odd to think that something is odd about that whole scenario? Does it seem odd that Katie and I'm not speaking, like I said, I'm not speaking because I want to hate Katie or I want to hate Christopher. Christopher, I hate his personality, you know. As for the whole, is there any proof of Chris or Katie doing anything to Sebastian or Seth for that matter, or anybody? No, there's not. But time's gonna tell the story on this one. But at the end of the day, we're looking at actions, and our actions and things that don't make sense. Do they make sense because somebody has something to hide, perhaps, and they're not telling the truth? Does Katie's actions and how a mother would step out, and I'm tired of these excuses, okay? I am myself. I don't buy this crap. I don't buy this crap. What I see is a lot of somebody that's avoiding by hiding behind Christopher Proudfoot, avoiding by screaming from the rooftops, avoiding by taking off his picture off their vehicle. And again, perhaps Katie's the one that knows the truth, and Christopher Proudfoot is just being played for an idiot because he thinks his wife is telling the truth when she literally could have taken Sebastian out of their lives if it made their relationship better, because so many people do that. So I'm looking at the entirety of it. If Sebastian would have been seen on each of those cameras, or there would have been movement of some sort, right? The LE, trust me, right? So you know what? Let's go to, where is it? We're going to watch that end part of Jennifer Coffindaffer. I don't care if you like her or not. I do. I appreciate her for sure. I think that she is very grounded. She's not always right. Maybe, like I said, we're not going to agree on everything. Nobody's going to agree on everything. But I've always liked Jennifer because I've always liked the fact that, and I'm watching her do the same with the Sebastian Rogers case. When the information is showing something different, that's what you need to do, is move along and accept that, okay, well, that part wasn't real. Just like the light is not coming from Katie's. That's not real, right? Because you just want the truth. But, I can tell when she's talking here. Let me find her. Sorry. Jennifer Coffindaffer. And then, of course, within 15 minutes of her ending her live, another channel is already up there, basically dogging her and allegedly Brittany within like 15 minutes of the live ending. And again, just what for? To cause a bunch of drama, make this case a circus act. Jennifer Coffindaffer. Okay, so let's just quickly go to this. Now, did you need to say anything before I play this part?
So, as far as their marriage goes, it's not unheard of for, look at Susan Smith. She got rid of her 2 kids. Yep.
Look,
Casey Anthony. Right. So it's not unheard of. But it's almost as if he won't leave me if we're going through this, tragedy or whatever together. And then I noticed when I was putting together interviews, and I wrote them all, got them all in the document. And there are so many more of Seth begging, pleading, crying for
Yes.
his son
Mm-hmm.
than there is Katie Proudfoot. And there's more of Chris Proudfoot than Katie Proudfoot. And it's
Absolutely.
like the person we need to hear from doesn't want to
Want to
speak.
talk?
And it's like, you're the one we need to hear from.
Yep.
You're the one we need to ask questions to, because whether you like it or not, whether you did something or not, whether it was an accident and you covered it up, or it was intentional and you're covering it up, you are the one that holds the key. And you need to speak, because you are you are one of the big missing pieces right now. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Again, it says a lot, right? And I'm just, like anyone, I'm just trying to understand, like, about Sebastian by all of this, and what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. I don't want to add fluff or make people believe in something that's not true. If people decide that they still want to believe that, Sebastian and Chris and Katie are in that picture, go right ahead. At the end of the day, regardless of what anyone thinks, you're just hoping that people are using their brain cells that God gave you, and that you're trying to use the common sense and critical thinking in what makes sense about this all. To me, no matter how many times I look at this case, it goes right back home to when Ellie said, there's no proof of Sebastian leaving this home. It makes sense to the dogs. It makes sense. But again, even if you are off the wall with your thinking, doesn't mean you don't care about this case. You know, even if you think, like I said, some, freaking magic carpet ride came along and pulled him out of the house. It doesn't matter. Yeah, okay, there's some wacky noodles out there for sure. But most people just, they want to understand the case, but I just can't, I just find it hard when people like Mob Crew. I'll take him for an example. Okay. Okay, granted, I wish that he could get through his lives instead of being a turtle showing things, on certain things. But I'm so glad that he came out and said that he was wrong, and he said he was wrong about the tree, because I knew darn well it was a tree. So when I seen that, I was grateful, because it's not like he's trying to put out the mistruth on purpose. He truly believes in what he's doing. And I honestly, like, I've never really watched Mob Crew as much as I have lately, on certain things to do, because had I not watched him last night, well, then I wouldn't have seen those pictures that Julie gave him. And so I was very grateful for that. I'm very grateful for any creator that is not trying to just ride this case. Now, I get it. I mean, it's still out there, even the grifters and the shit channels and stuff like that. But I'm very grateful to the channels where that they're putting their heart and their soul into something, and that they actually care truly about the case and Sebastian, instead of having their little clinky clink tip things going and bells and whistles and stuff like that, which takes away from, like, meaning, if people are going to donate, do you really keep, like, like, it's just a money grab throughout the entire live, that I find a little bit, hard to watch, because it's constantly like, like, I need you guys to hit that 15, because they got the little target thing, right? Like, and then they'll keep stopping and reminding people, like, you know what? If you do 15 of these super chats and I hit that target, then guess what? I'm going to stay on an extra hour just for you. I'm going to do that just for you. Now, it's when they
I
constantly
gotta
keep
send you
reminding
that.
you. What?
They're actually trying to make it a law where they can't do that. I found it the other day. And exactly who you're talking about is who they referred to while trying to make this law.
Oh, yeah. I just, like I said, each to their own on how they do their channel. I just personally like the ones, like, that's why I like Jennifer. That's why I like this channels, that just try to keep to the facts, that try to give you the truth, as best as you can. So I don't want to, like I said, a knock mob crew. I mean, so what? Again, I'm going to say this to people that don't understand this. So back in the Idaho days, okay, and I'm just going to say this without any, any, what do you want to call it, haste or any sort of anger or anything like that. So back in the day, the Idaho case, there was this picture of the Elantra. What happened was Mob Crew ended up being on News Nation. And it was clear as day that the car didn't align with the car on the street. And I was upset because I was upset that a news channel, News Nation, and this is where I was completely oblivious to how news channels kind of worked. Kind of like what Nancy did there with showing, talking about that um, filtered picture of the Chris and Katie and Sebastian. I would expect more of Nancy Grace myself. No offense to the channels, but I would have expect more from News Nation. So Mob Crew was proudly on there showing this overlay of the vehicles. And it took me a couple minutes to line them up myself and realize that they're not even the same vehicle. So I was disgusted that News Nation would allow, without fact checking, and put shit out there to all these people of stuff that wasn't true and it wasn't factual. So I had said multiple times during my live when I did that. Now, I did make the comment that any idiot, because I use this word loosely, that any idiot could see that these two vehicles were different. All right. So, but I had said multiple times, this is no offense to the creator. I was upset with News Nation for not fact checking before they put shit out there like this, right? So different than when Court TV has Chris Todd on there as well, but whatever. I came to realize that they don't give a shit what they put out there, that they'll just put shit out there. So what happened was True Crime Web Steve, who we helped get to over 1,000 sub, was a friend of this channel. Come to find out that after that live I did, so he was Mob Crew's friend, apparently. He took, I guess, offense because somebody probably, probably all these friends of his are like, guess what? Sonny said this about Mob Crew on this or whatever. Da, 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 da. So he demods Deb and Aspen. Now, I never asked to become a mod. I barely went in his chats. We talked privately a few times, and he was a good friend of the channels. We had him on. So, anyways, so True Crime Web Steve, all of a sudden demodded Deb and Aspen. Never sent me an email. Never said, "Hey, Sonny, I didn't appreciate this." No, nothing. So this is a retired police officer that we've helped get to his 1,000 subs and 4,000 views so that he could monetize, right? And helped him out, a friend. And all of a sudden, without any word, he just demods them and he's not even coming into the channel anymore and not speaking. I would have expected as an adult and a police officer, a retired one, that he would have come and emailed me and said something, but he didn't. And I can't stand that type of immaturity. If he had a beef. So anyways, he basically went from Frank Meister to our channel to stepping stone, whatever was best for him. And it's like, here you go off to the side. I didn't like that you said something. And even though, again, if he had watched that actual live himself multiple times, and so True Crime Steve always knew exactly that me, I'm just a very vocal person. And yeah, do I say, you have to be idiots if you don't get it, stuff like that? Yeah, I do. But that was a normal thing on the lives to say. So that's where this thing came from between, say, me personally and Mob Crew, was because of Steve. It wasn't actually about Mob Crew himself. It was just about News Nation putting that crap out there. And I just couldn't believe that they didn't do their due diligence before spending false information. So when I'm talking about Mob Crew now, so I really don't know the dude, okay? Yes. Yes, I wish you would talk a little faster sometimes or get through things a little faster sometimes. But then someone could say that about this channel as well. But I never really overly watched him. I was pissed because of News Nation, but I respect the fact that as I have been watching Mob Crew because of the Sebastian case, and look, you guys, he's doing well in the Sebastian Rogers case, regardless. He's getting viewers, subs. That's the whole point, is that you want people to see things, but you also want the truth to be out there. And so that's why I very much appreciate the fact, just like when I make a mistake, you suck it up. You'll say, hey, look, I was wrong on this. And that's exactly what he did. He came out today and said, I was wrong on the lights. Once I looked at everything, I was wrong. I was wrong that this was a person. No, it's not. Because what threw him off at the time that he was looking at it, remember, these are fresh pictures just given to him, is because the light kind of got in the way of that one particular picture, which was giving this illusion that some people were thinking that it was a person. And again, that's how easy people run with something, not meaning Mob Crew on this, but there's going to be a lot of people that are still going to think that that's a person instead of the freaking tree stump that's going up the thing. Now, I can't control anyone's thoughts and stuff like that, but I'm grateful that he said he was wrong and put out the right information, because we don't want to sit there and try to make people believe crap that's not true. Like when we're talking about a child that's missing and you're just wanting to find the answers to that. So anyways, so that's where kind of like what I considered non-beef, but True Crime Web turned it into whatever, something that it wasn't. I felt absolutely. So that's kind of where there's little, Mob Crew and Sunny thing was from the Idaho case. But again, it wasn't to offend Mob Crew. It was to offend News Nation for not doing their job before you put out shit. You guys remember Joseph Morris? Joseph Morris, that piece of crap that manipulated the Idaho case, and he manipulated the article, and he manipulated a voice from a domestic violence, all for clicks and views. And the sad, pathetic part is he's here from Canada. He lives in Canada, the fucker. But anyways, he totally manipulated it. He was called out for it. Basically, his channel went down for a while, and it took him quite a while for him to come back after that huge freaking embarrassment. Let alone, I don't know if YouTube helped out with that for a bit and gave him a ban of some sort. Either way, he disappeared for months. And then he came back during what was the case I was following very religiously there. Oh my God, what's his name? Jake? Yeah, Jake. The one that was over on the island that disappeared in the mountains there. God, I can't think of his name all of a sudden. Anyways, and then the leech came back out that like a typical grifter that he was, right? And it's just kind of like stuff like that. So he purposely was trying to manipulate you guys, right? Anyone that was following the case or has watched Joseph Morris, he totally was trying to manipulate guys to believe that this audio was from the Idaho case when he knew damn well it wasn't. And he got caught. And he did the same thing in the Kylie Rodney case as well, right? So again, I just want things to be set straight and to be truthful. And when people sit there and manipulate you people on purpose for the sake of money and clicks and views, that pisses me off. Can't do nothing about it. Besides, those are the type of people like a Joseph Morris that I have no problem calling shade on them, because they are literally this pawn scum of true crime channels that have to do anything remotely like that. Anyways, moving along from that. But anyways, if you ever see Joseph Morris, just know, okay, he's that person that he's not in it for the case. He's totally out for the money, how much money he's going to get off you, as he sits there with his little dog in his hand. So pathetic, so embarrassing that he's actually from Canada as well. So I'm going to play the end
Isn't
of
that
it.
why Nancy Grace had to take hers down, because she didn't have her facts straight?
You know what? They said that it was audio. I don't believe it. I think that she probably took a harsh reality, that she was even entertaining the fact of these morphed pictures. I was having deja vu because of Delphi when I'm looking at these pictures. But that type of damage um, to people. But again, if people are susceptible to want to believe stuff that doesn't make sense, and they're trying to see an image and make something out of it, again, I don't want to take away from people really trying to truly help and figure out what happened to Sebastian, but then common sense prevails, and you have to ask yourself, if there's a vehicle with lights on and that Sebastian went into a car, do you honestly think that Katie and Christopher are going to be seen or aren't going to be seen in the lights of that camera, are going to be seen on camera and movement, and that we wouldn't have a video of that? Because they're trying to project that image right near the truck vehicle as if it's like them coming through the mist, and here we are. Um, so it's just about keeping it real. So if you know that it's not like that, it's a picture that's manipulated, or that, it just isn't likely, then just toss it to the side. But people just want to grasp on to some creators and give them hope, in Sebastian's case, like the flashlight video, like the that picture, right? And it's because people want to grasp onto something because they know something happened to Sebastian, but they don't know what. And the only thing that even makes sense to them is that some video came out with some lights, and that's their only kind of hope, that that's something of a clue to what happened to Sebastian. And I say, no. I say the clue is that Sebastian would have been seen, or people would have been seen any given way. He went out the front, according to the Proudfoots. He definitely didn't go out to the garage, would have been seen on camera. Didn't go to the back, would have been seen on camera. Didn't go down Kellen or Stafford, because he would have been seen on camera. Same with Katie. So again, it just works with the thing of the dogs. It goes with that, because we know that the retention pond has nothing to do with Sebastian Rogers. Again, it's people trying to hold out hope that there's some answers there. With that, some people think that the trash truck had something to do with it. I personally do not believe that myself, that the trash truck and the drivers, because again, the lights, everything like that, I can't see trash truck drivers myself, thinking some boy's going to come out waiting for a school bus an hour early because he just woke up and decided to sleepwalk and go outside without shoes on. And, some trash truck people came. You know how trash trucks are. Beep, beep, beep. Lights are blaring typically. But whenever they have to back up, beep, beep, beep. But, like the lights are all over trash trucks. As, meaning the one that's when the actual trash truck is in front of the Proudfoot home and stuff like that. Um, we know that there was, they did a landfill search. We know that 2 weeks later that there was like a fire. And again, thank you to the people that send me information on that stuff, which really helps, because there was like a fire at that same landfill like 2 to 2.5 weeks later and stuff like that. Does that seem odd? Does that seem, raise an eyebrow? Yeah, of course it does. Jennifer Coffindaffer talked about a landfill search, and said like a true one takes a couple weeks, not days, right? They were supposedly they were going to go back and do another search, on it, but then the fire happened. So does that maybe look suspicious? Yeah, right. You know, a lot of things look suspicious. Katie not shutting from the rooftops for her son, closing down their Facebooks, in a sense, closing them off to the public besides the people that are friends. Um, just the whole oddness of why Christopher Proudfoot would lie, about polygraph tests. Why would Katie do a slip up saying that Christopher saw him when he come home? Why can't Christopher Proudfoot talk about that? I really do believe that has something to do with his daughter Faith, and that's preventing him for using the whole TBI thing. Um, he uses it, like you said, like when he wants to. Hi, Loxy. How are you? On there. But anyways,
Yeah,
I
it
want to
seems
keep.
like it's a convenient excuse when he doesn't want to answer a question. It's like, well, TBI told me not to.
You know,
Like, no, they didn't.
the thing with Christopher Proudfoot, unlike Katie, is that when I listen to Christopher Proudfoot, and we've listened to oodles and oodles of videos of Christopher Proudfoot on the different streams. If there's either he's the biggest narcissist that just believes his crap no matter how he says it. Because there are those people, right? They're manipulative. They literally can make like sell ice to the Eskimos. But for some reason, whenever I'm listening to Christopher Proudfoot, I always get this impression like that it's almost like Katie did something herself and told Christopher Proudfoot, and he's just, you know, like, no, my wife would never do something like that to her son. Are you kidding me? I told her if it is choice between me and her son, she better choose her son and stuff like that. Like when I listen to him sometimes, it's like it's like I'm just sitting there going, sometimes when he's talking, he's like, I don't give a shit what you people are saying. Like, I'm just here. Here's what I'm saying. Here's what I said, blah, 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 blah. And he comes off almost like believable in that way. The believable in the sense of either he's freaking clueless or he's the best darn narcissistic actor out there, you know? So I do have to wonder because I always go back to Katie. Christopher, eh, because it's Katie that was home with him, you know. Yes, we can sit there and say, oh, was it a 2 hour and 15-minute phone call? Right, which it was, not 3 hours. Let's just get that straight again, right? Facts are facts. There was nothing about 3 hour phone call in there. 9:43, 9:46 to close to 12 o'clock. That only puts it at 2 hours and 15 minutes tops, people. But we're going to get back into something in regards to that as well because anyway, let's get back on track. We'll come back to some of that. Let's just play out this last part of Jennifer Coffindaffer's live. And you can get ready, or unless you're probably smoking already. Where's Jennifer? Okay, we'll make this bigger. I just kind of want to go to like this area.
You migrate.
Mob crew. I was wrong about the bedroom light. It was across the street. I will fix my mistake. Sorry, Jen, about the mix-up, but there are other anomalies. Well, I get that there's other anomalies, but I don't think that there's any really basis to them, to be honest with you.
Toward very similar conclusions on things.
Okay.
But always take a look and make sense. See if it's what you were thinking anyway. So often we are all on the same page because, quite frankly, we all have the same set of facts. And that's why so often in these cases, we do migrate toward very similar conclusions on things. But always take a look. And as I said, I'm not commenting on that. I'm commenting about what I think they tried to do. And I don't think it was with bad intention. Really quick, I have to talk about, for 1 second, I need to take a break and just tell you about Aura. For all of you out there, Aura is
sorry, Jen, gotta go over your ad.
Basically, if you are looking for something, nothing for the first 2 weeks, just
okay.
Costs nothing for the first 2 weeks. Just put that code in. You'll get it for free. You could try it out. They have 24/7 customer service, which for me, that's what I need because when I have a question about something, I want to have it answered now, not 8 hours later. So give Aura a chance, give it a try if you're looking for something to protect you, because identity theft in this country is unbelievable. Everybody's phishing, everybody's looking to take advantage of you and your devices. So try Aura. Finally, I want to talk about this nugget, if you will.
There's a nugget.
And again, I'm defining nugget as something that I think is important to pass along, not necessarily an epiphany, but something I do think is important. And my nugget to you today is that I truly believe since April of last year, which was the last update we had on Sebastian Rogers from law enforcement. I'm not talking about the news coming on and saying there's no progress, and then they play the clip from back in April, because if you look, that's what has happened. The nugget is that I believe they, based on a few factors, I believe that they are making progress. I believe they are down the road with a theory. And I believe, circling back now to what I originally talked about with law enforcement and how you reach conclusions and how you have to work and collaborate with the U.S. attorney, in this case, the district attorney, on these matters. I believe they're coming to at least time to make some decisions. And I think that I never like to lock myself into a time frame, but I'm going to say this: unlike the Summer Wells case, I think we are going to have a conclusion to this case. I really do. And I just wanted to say that based on what I'm seeing from law enforcement, that they're down the road. And I think that they are working hard to bring this case to some sort of conclusion and to charge appropriate individuals that they believe may be responsible or are responsible. They're not going to charge anybody they don't fully believe are responsible. So I just wanted to leave you all with that, that I think we'll get down the road. And I don't think we'll have another Summer Wells. Could that be the outcome? I can't rule it out, but I like the trajectory that this case is going. So until
Didn't leave poor Jen with that face on there, where her eyes were closed. There we go. Had to leave her with a smile. So just quickly, your take on that, and whatever in chat as well. You guys have a take. What's your take on that, Melissa?
I'd like to know why she thinks that, because I don't see that they're down the road, as she says, with a theory. I don't know. I think that law enforcement is trying to figure it out, but I also feel like they're trying not to publicly say we think this is what happened or this is who did it, and they're giving that person Katie enough rope to hang herself.
Yeah. To be honest with you, I feel like if we perhaps, and this is just a guess, Jennifer obviously is watching the words she's saying, and she calls it like a little nugget. I think that little nugget probably has some more information, in a sense, because the way that she's talking is, it's kind of like reminds me of when somebody's watching the videos, the different things coming out, and then she has basically said too, like, about the videos, and stuff like that, like Ellie, they have the means and the devices to really look at videos and stuff like that and know what's going on. I kind of feel like that Jennifer does that. She's watching her words, but there's something else in there that she probably maybe knows or has maybe some information on. I'm not really just reading this as just gut feeling. I'm reading this as an ex-FBI agent that kind of knows how it goes, and she's seeing that in the works is, and she kind of made mention to the fact that, again, you need to build a case. You only get one chance at it, unless it's like a hung jury or something like that. But you got one chance at it. So I kind of still believe that, if I personally take what I think, which is that I believe that Katie, possibly, definitely, perhaps, I don't know, a lot has something to do with the disappearance of Sebastian. Just my own opinion. I think that Katie is probably responsible for Sebastian's disappearance based on the stuff that we're seeing. I lost my train of thought, so I'm trying to pretend like I didn't, and I did. But at the end of the day, I just feel like, again, or sorry, what you said was like, Katie, perhaps just waiting for them to hang themselves, in a sense, right? For the truth to unfold. they've literally told us that there's nothing to show that Sebastian left the house. I think that kind of coincides with he would have been seen on the cameras. And it's ridiculous to think that he left the house on his own accord. It's ridiculous. We've not known about any other vehicles besides the one that's in the garage. We know, okay, and I want to go back to Loxy on this one. So Loxy says, actually, they don't have to talk to YouTubers, they talk to real detectives. Okay, Loxy. Loxy, do you have a child? Do you have children? They definitely don't, but they chose to. They chose to go to YouTubers right from the get-go to the Duchess. Who's leaving? Who's leaving? Somebody that going night-night?
But they're also clearly not telling the detectives, the quote-unquote real detectives, as you call it. They're not telling law enforcement and actual law enforcement what happened, or Sebastian would be home.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's something going on there, right? There's that piece of the puzzle that's missing, that we don't know, that possibly they know, and it's just a matter of the wait game. Because again, right, it's unrealistic to think that there's no footage of Sebastian anywhere. Okay, take out the freaking the cameras in the back, the side, and the one on Shepard, let alone the cameras on Kellen. Okay, that would have seen him. We can take out the vehicle because that doesn't even make sense. That some vehicle is going to come down the road across the street with lights. It's the fact is there was a vehicle there, right? We've seen the timestamp of 2:58 going up Kellen, right? We heard Bobby say that she physically watched that video herself and that a vehicle was there for 3 to 5 minutes and then backed out. Okay. If the lights are on in that vehicle, which they were, because obviously it gave that across the top of the truck, right? The light is coming to the side of it. They would have had to have crossed that street to get to that vehicle, and they would have been seen. They would have been seen before that happened. Like they would have been seen before they even stepped out of the common ground area, because that video was zoomed in basically to the darkness of that certain part. So we have to think with our brains on this one, right? What seems logical? And then take what Ali has said and quit thinking that everything Ali says is a big bunch of lies to us. It's ridiculous to think that. We've watched case after case. They usually hold stuff back, right? But to sit there and honestly believe that they're playing this manipulative game with the public, they don't care about us. Honestly, they don't care about us. They want our tips, but they don't really care about what information we truly have. But as for going back to Loxy, again, they're right. They don't have to do anything, but they chose to go to the YouTubers. Christopher Proudfoot actually enjoys joining lives. Katie Proudfoot hides. So my point to you is, Loxy, if you had children, without giving me bullshit answer, do you honestly believe that you wouldn't be wanting to shout from the rooftops, that you wouldn't want to go on news stations and say that you want your son to be found, and you wouldn't continuously do that so that you could put out to the public this plea and cry for the help of finding the son? Or would you hide in the background of the stepfather? Would you literally go away from your home 3 weeks after? They don't have to say boo, but not saying boo says a lot. But you know what? If you don't go to YouTubers, you should be going to the national news. You should be going to any news channel that you can sit there and say something about your child. And if you don't, then I'm sorry, then you're a shitty parent. Because any parent, or no, and I'm talking about, I get it, because sometimes there's parents that speak out because the family members are so distraught that they just can't even control. Like if this would happen to my son, myself, sitting on an interview without me literally losing it, like you guys would feel every ounce of my pain beyond belief. Because why? Just like when I watched Seth and his actions and how he will burst into tears. And it's because it's not scripted, it's not acted. He's just truly showing his emotions, because when you're talking about something, the memory flows in your head as you're talking about it. So if your son truly disappeared, that you went to go wake him up at 6 o'clock, almost every virtual time you speak about that, chances are there's going to be tears strolling down your face. But it wasn't too long before Katie said she's just cried enough, and da 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 da. I'm sorry, her actions aren't matching that of a mother. And this is just clear as day. So when you look at a fun day, a relationship that's dissolving, is it really that far off to speculate that possibly she did do something to her child? You know, and that Christopher Proudfoot
And let's
might not
not
have known.
forget, Sonny, Katie Proudfoot and Christopher Proudfoot, according to Christopher Proudfoot out of his own mouth, don't talk about this. They don't
Yeah, don't.
talk about Sebastian. They don't talk about this case
Yeah, you're right.
to each other.
Yeah.
I'm not talking YouTubers. I'm talking to each other. And that says a lot to me.
hmm Oh, absolutely. It all says a lot to me. Like I said, like let's just chunk it together. The LE says that there's no proof of Sebastian Rogers leaving that home. Why? Because Sebastian Rogers didn't leave that home. He didn't leave that home. There's nothing to show that right now, right? This is, of course, just speculation, but we're just taking what's given to us that we do know. There's nothing that's showing that at all. What we've heard is only Katie's timeline. What we've seen is a mother that has taken her kid out, that has bragged about making spaghetti pancakes as if it's some sort of feat. To sit there and put that in as you're talking about your missing child and just be like, in fact, a girl, fun fact, I made him breakfast. Like, it's almost like someone stopping to gloat first. And you're going, you know what? Would I even actually think to put in a fun fact when I'm being asked about Sebastian disappearing? And yet, you know what? Let me just hold on. Let me just get that in there. Did you not stop to think how that sounded ridiculous? Her putting in a fun fact amidst a child that's missing when you're barely any time into the case. Christopher Proudfoot, we know that he says so many things, case being studied, all these different things, the polygraphs, whatever. But or that he can't say what time. So we're used to Christopher Proudfoot, just BSing. Now, I do want to go to. I still got things that I want to talk about here. I do want to go to Silver's on the Scene. If you don't know who that is, I think most of you do. Okay, so Silver's on the Scene. He has been looking all over the place for Sebastian Rogers. Okay. I remember this particular video live that he did, a video or live, whichever it was. And he's gone down and has talked to somebody that works on the same project as Christopher Proudfoot. Actually, let me just stop screen on that and let me just pull that up. 1 second. I know I have that picture.
Something funny that Seth's PI said.
Well, see,
She said
go ahead.
Christopher Proudfoot was last seen on the job site at, I believe she said 8 p.m. and then was not seen again anywhere until 5:10 the next day.
So let's get a couple things straight here. Do you recall in any of the interviews you watched, and you guys as well, do you recall in any of the interviews where Christopher Proudfoot, says that he was relieved around 11 o'clock?
I remember it, but I couldn't tell you where. But I haven't watched all of his interviews. But I do remember hearing that somewhere.
Okay. So we have to try to make sense of this part too. So he's working at the construction site. I believe he gets there early. Okay, there's a few things that don't make sense. There's no way you could get back to Tennessee from 11 o'clock when you're relieved at 1 o'clock. Remember, it's 3 hours and 38 minutes or 37 minutes doorstep to doorstep. Okay. So there's no possible way he can be relieved at 11. And yet, so Silver's on the scene, spoke to one of the people that was working with Christopher Proudfoot. That person said, okay, and this is again just by Silver's on the scene. That person had said that there was a relief person, that actually nobody knew about Sebastian being missing at all. He never told anybody. The reason why he was relieved at 11 was because he was off focus. Okay. So Bambi, I can hear you whining. Okay. It's because he was off focus. Like he wasn't focused. And maybe that could be because of the phone call. Either way, obviously there was no big rush for him to go home. But this is what gets me. If you're relieved at 11 o'clock and there's already someone on relief there, you don't tell anybody about that. You know what? I might need to go. You know, my wife's son is missing. He doesn't tell anyone. Nobody knew about it until they heard it on the news about Sebastian missing. In an interview, and I wish I could find it, and I know I heard it recently, Christopher Proudfoot says, remember there's two stories there that Christopher called the police right then and there when Katie was looking for Sebastian in the home. And then Katie tells it on Chronicles of Olivia. And she says that Christopher three-wayed while she was in the vehicle to the school, right? Christopher, out of his own mouth, had said that he was on the phone almost all the time that up until he got basically back to Tennessee. That he was on the phone with the sheriff's office or whatever it was, sheriff's office, LE, whoever you want to call it, on the phone almost all the time. That's what he said. So I'm trying to understand this. So you get to work, you get a phone call at 6 o'clock. You get relieved at 11 o'clock because you're not focused. There's somebody there to relieve you. You've told nobody nothing. The person that Silver's on the scene talked to that works with Chris tells you that he's a shady person. Is that shocking you that Christopher is shady? We've seen that through and through after the fact. So how is it possible that he could be on the phone pretty much the whole time since his and Katie's conversation? Of course, Miss Bowersox or whatever her name is, Kathy Bowersox, shows up at the house, right? We know that. But anyways, how is it possible he can get from Tennessee or Memphis from 11 to 1 o'clock? That's not possible. That this person says that he's shady and that he was talking the whole time. So are you saying that while you were up in the crane, moving steel around, that you're able to talk to the police at the same time while you're working? You honestly think that a police officer is going to sit there on the phone while you're working a crane? It doesn't make sense. Now, you just said that he wasn't seen after 8 o'clock, was it, you said?
Yeah, Seth's PI said he was last seen at 8 o'clock and he was not seen again anywhere by anybody until 5:10 the next morning. And she said that on Web Sleuth's interview.
5:10 the next morning. Really? Yeah.
And when he was seen at 5:10 the next morning, he was on the site. He was working.
Right. Well, you're talking about on the Monday morning.
Correct.
Okay. But I'm kind of confused there because we're talking about Monday morning, but onwards from that day. So what do you mean by 8 o'clock? 8 o'clock from the Saturday?
So he wasn't seen since 8 o'clock on Sunday night. And then he was next seen at 5:10 a.m. on the job site on Monday morning. but I get the way I understood it, and I need to go back and re-listen to it and everything to fully understand it. But the way I understood it is that was abnormal not to see him because he
Right.
wasn't seen at all by
Mm.
anybody, and they made a point to say it like,
Well, yeah. I mean, like that one's a little bit in a riddle for me, like meaning because I couldn't find the video where he said he was like, because I remember he said it on a live, and I remember listening to it recently where he was like, I pretty much spent my whole time on the phone with, like the sheriff's office, and I'm like, well, you ain't gonna be sitting
I'm
up in
pretty
the
sure that
phone.
was on Elevated Truth.
Well, that's
I'm
where I
like
thought I heard it.
9 out of 10 it was on Elevated.
The one that I'm saying, because I
Yes.
listened to that, but don't get me wrong, I fell asleep multiple times. But I kind of went through that live, and I was like I'll have to sit there and put it in because I was on my iPad, so I couldn't do the Control F thing where I can go through the transcript. But I was like suffering on my iPad because I didn't, because I'm in bed, right? And you can't really do that on the iPad. You have to do it on the computer, the Control F thing. So, anyways, because I was thinking that it had come from there as well, was on Elevated Truth. But I just remember because we've listened to so much shit, I was just kind of forgetting where I did hear it. Okay, so whoops, let me go back to that. So Silver's on the scene, and and again, this one was 4 months ago. So he was going down his list here. Okay, yeah. So, what did I learn? RV, not a job site, right? Because they weren't allowed to park. And he wasn't at the Memphis Park. He was at, which we know, the Yogi Bear Park. Shady, not to trust, a coworker said. Relieved him at 11 o'clock. He was relieved. Why was he relieved at 11? Because he was not in focus. And obviously in a crane, you have to be focused. Arrived at 6:30 a.m. Is what he's saying, or what this person's saying. So that's different to what the PI is saying, right? Because you're saying he arrived at 5:10. But why would you arrive at 5:10 if the job site doesn't even open till like 7? Usually those type of things are about 6:30, 7, 6 o'clock. I'm not really sure. Okay. Now, again, this is from a person that works with him. And this is, of course, coming third hand from Silver's on the scene to us. Okay. Again, that they didn't know. Now, I got to let my cat out. I'll give you the floor in just a second here. Where am I at? Okay. Focus was off, unlike other days, which was the reason why he was relieved. Again, he didn't say anything about Sebastian. They didn't know nothing about it until it hit the news. And that's when everyone was kind of shocked. Like, what? Like, he didn't even say anything. And so he didn't report Sebastian missing, missing to work. What does that mean? Didn't report Sebastian.
It means he didn't tell anybody at work that Sebastian was missing.
Right. Missing to work. Oh, yeah. Right. Thank you. It was exactly. I was thrown off there by the two sentences. I need to go let my cat out. Go ahead and take over, talk about whatever on that.
Well, I find it weird that, okay, so they say arrived at 6:30, but according to Seth's PI on Web Sleuth, which I'm currently taking down all the timestamps with Christopher Proudfoot, and then I'm going to go back and do before he joined. But before he joined the live, it was said that he was last seen at 8 o'clock on Sunday. And then he was on the job site at 5:10. That was the next time he was seen. And I know that we don't see a car coming, but it's like, even if you got off the phone at midnight, that's still 5 hours worth of sleep. So why are you, like he's saying, if he's not focused, that doesn't make any sense. And he's saying that he was relieved because he wasn't focused at 11 a.m. Not because Sebastian was missing, but Chris Proudfoot has said he didn't head home immediately because he had to wait for his relief. Well, You didn't wait for relief because Sebastian was missing. You got relieved because you couldn't focus. And that seems odd to me. I don't know about you guys. Could you imagine having to get up that time of the morning? Yes. It sucks balls. But there are so many things in this case that I just cannot wrap my head around at all. And, if he was relieved, and he has said there's most interviews, he says he arrived home at 1, but there's one interview, and I'll have to go back and find it. I took down the timestamp. He said he got home in late afternoon. Well, 1 o'clock isn't late afternoon to me. What about you guys? What is considered, if you heard somebody say they
I
got
don't
home
consider
late
that
afternoon,
either.
what would that be?
Yeah. When he said that, I
It's
was
not
like,
1
1
o'clock.
o'clock isn't, 1 o'clock isn't late afternoon.
Late afternoon to me would be like, I don't know, 3, 4 maybe. But we know he was back by then, and we know before that because he was there when Seth was there. So
Yeah,
I
but
don't
we
know.
don't know. I
It
don't
blows
think we
my
know the
mind.
time. Um, Now, which reminds me, I want to talk about that for a second. Seth had said that when he arrived, he was out there for about I don't know, about a half an hour watching as things were going on, and then he went into the house. Sorry, my husband made me some hot dogs. So, yum 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 yum. And he said right
Hot
away,
dogs sound good.
huh? I know, right? Here, I'll just go on camera for a second, and then I'll eat them in a minute. Um, so Seth said that Katie was shoving the picture of Sebastian from Saturday in his face. And he still, to this day, when he talks about it, we just found it so odd that that she literally was like right there in his face going, see, he was happy, right? And he still finds that quite odd how why she did that. He also talked about how he was pissed off for the fact that Sebastian's missing and that Katie, Chris, and Bowersox are in the kitchen talking about their vacation and talking about jewelry. And that how Christopher was going to buy his mom something or whatever. And it's kind of one of those things. Does that seem normal to you that they're in the kitchen
No.
talking about jewelry and their
And
vacation?
remember, he said they didn't show any emotion. They weren't showing
Right.
any signs of distress. They weren't
Having a
showing any emotion
conversation.
to it.
Yeah. Just having a conversation about their trip and stuff like that. Right. Again,
Seth has
um,
also said that he's the one grieving, and he's the only one in his mind looking for Sebastian, and they're having the time of their lives, I think is what the quote that he said.
yeah. Um, I was gonna say I do want to quickly. Well, okay, I do want to play a couple things from Queen Bee's live. When when she had Christopher Proudfoot on and some other YouTubers as well. Um, and let me go to that. Okay, so this was like
I'm gonna go heat up
streamed,
some food. I'll be right back.
yeah, May 26th of 2000, right? So he goes missing February, January, February, March, April, May, 8 months ago, basically. But I happened to be at a part because, again, I fall asleep during these things because they're like 4 hours and 48 minutes long. And I know it's just sometimes I just like to hear things again. And I do have some timestamps, but where I stopped it here was where Christopher was talking about the polygraph on this particular channel. So I'm just gonna play that out for a minute.
speaking for Seth, but I'm definitely speaking for me and my wife. When
I was thinking law
No.
enforcement. I don't think law enforcement wants their investigation compromised.
oh God, no, I know they don't. I mean, they had that press thing they did. When was that?
Sorry, Christopher is talking low. I can't make it.
Was that the one that we played again? We played this morning where they talked about how they were going back from the beginning and they were putting some fresh eyes and re-looking at everything all over again.
Yes, Chief Craddock was speaking, and then they used the TBI spokes lady.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes. Yep, and that was a very small press conference. They called local news that went up there. Um, I know exactly where it was done and everything like that. Katie and I weren't there. Seth wasn't there. They did that completely away from everything near us and all that stuff. But I mean, I've got full faith in them that they're doing what they can and how they can.
That was going to be a question I had that I wanted to ask the other night was, do you feel like they're doing everything and I mean, are you confident or comfortable with what Ellie is doing?
Oh, very much, very much. I mean, they didn't even have to give me the polygraph. I asked for the polygraph. They gave me the polygraph. I mean, they've been extremely helpful in every aspect of this. And like I said before, did it kind of start out when we were in the best of terms? No, because there's some things that I didn't like that happened, and I stated my piece, and things after that, things have been great. But I also understand that they have a job to do, and I have to go by that. And I've been happy ever since. I'm not discrediting them by any means, shape, form, or fashion. Um, I mean, people that like I know there's something out there. Somebody's asking about law enforcement being or FBI being involved. FBI's been involved since like day one. So I I don't understand where this comes in that people don't think they are, but they are.
Right. I always thought FBI was always involved with a missing child.
Not always.
Oh, I always thought they were. Huh.
No, not always. There's certain aspects, there's certain things that will bring the FBI to.
I'm just gonna go. So he was just talking about the polygraph there. I just happened, uh, mind you, it's really hard to get it precisely back to the time. Sometimes I just know that I heard it and I was like, okay, let me just move the time thing a little bit sooner than that. So, but it was a polygraph thing that he was talking about. So I want to go to 2 hours and 5 minutes. 2 hours and 5 minutes. Pretty much here. So let's start it at 2:04:44. This is where I believe he says life is going to continue to move forward.
The game is to bring him home, but the world and life does not stop as we know it.
Right.
I mean, we still have to go to work every day. We still have to pay bills. We have my daughter that we have to worry about. We have two children. We have a boy. We have a girl.
Right.
We still have to take care of them no matter what.
That's what I was saying earlier, Chris, is that, the day that Sebastian went missing, Katie's whole routine changed. Your routine's changed.
Mhm.
And nothing has been the same since. So it has to throw everything into chaos.
And then after that, she
I'm
doesn't
just going to
answer
put
the
it
phone
back
at
a
all.
little bit because I wanted you to
It's
hear a
like,
little
oh,
bit more.
wow, okay.
So I just learned something new today. I don't know if you want to talk about it,
Sure.
and let me know if it's not. But I heard that you guys actually put money into some kind of fund for finding Sebastian, or for flyers or billboards or something. Is there? I know you might not want to talk about it, but you might want to talk about it. You know what I mean?
I got nothing to hide. Yes, we did donate money to putting toward billboards. Keep Sebastian's billboards going.
Yeah, Duchess had put those out. This is somebody we've actually, I've never had her on panel before. But yeah, I don't know if we brought it up or not, but they did donate to the Duchess did 2 billboards.
Good. Yeah. No, just so that people hear that, because it's, rumor mills and all that. And it's good to get positive things out there too.
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
a lot of
we
rumor
played the
mill out there
video.
with a bunch of stuff people are saying, all kinds of things. One that, once again, they have no proof of it. It's just ways to get their clicks and get all their information and keep the drama going instead of the actual searching aspect of finding Sebastian.
Mm-hmm. And focusing on the details of how can we find him,
The
that.
the main mission is just finding Sebastian.
Mm-hmm.
That is the mission, plain and simple. I mean, details will help, but ultimately, just either him being found is the only way that this is going to end.
Yeah. And I'm so sorry that you guys are in a predicament surrounding this. This is, I can't even imagine going through 2 things at one time like you are. It's just hell. So,
Well, you got to keep your spirits up and keep a good heart, and you know the truth, and the truth is with everybody that needs it, and move forward from there.
yeah.
I mean, it's tough dealing with all the bullshit,
What was that?
So it's still tough dealing with stuff, everything going on, but then all the bullshit from social media on top of it makes things way more complicated than they need to be.
It is. I mean, life is going to continue to move forward regardless of what the outcomes are.
Right.
Whether Sebastian walks in the door, they find him in the woods somewhere, or we never find him. The end game is to bring him home, but the world and life does not stop as we know it.
Melissa, what's your thoughts on that part?
Well, I mean, he is right. And,
He is right.
when
He is.
Nick died, I told people, I said, I just need the world to stop. I just need the world. Just make it stop for just a minute, because everything does move on.
Mhm.
And so I can understand that statement, having lost a child. But what I did find weird in that statement is when he said, if they find him in the woods or something, when he straight up said on Cluminati that they needed to check a certain wooded area.
Right. I know that part kind of threw me off too. So I can understand Christopher Proudfoot saying that because he's detached from Sebastian. It's not his biological child. Okay. Again, in this world, we know that there's really great stepfathers, and we know that there's stepfathers that say aren't so great or mediocre or whatever. So I can easily see him making that statement. I typically couldn't see a true grieving mother making that statement. But I can see, because we're only a few months in, right? But I can see Christopher Proudfoot, in a sense. Christopher Proudfoot tries to be the realist in a sense. Like, I mean, the truth is the truth. Life goes on, whether he's comes back home, whether he's found in the woods or, or something like that. So that part I kind of found strange when he made that comment about the woods like that. Like, why the woods? Why are you saying the woods? But I found it kind of like cold just hearing that. Just because I thought of it as more of someone that's detached, that they're not the true parent of the child, because that's how it came across to me. Like, I understand that life, the world
I
goes
agree.
on,
He sounded very detached.
just kind of like, yeah. So I remember when I heard that a long time ago, I was just like, really, dude? Like, really? I mean, we're barely a few months in and you're already saying stuff like that. And it's just because I just don't see this big huge connection of this attachment, like he's trying to portray, that him and Sebastian had. I'm just not personally buying it. But that's just my own personal thoughts on that with Christopher Proudfoot. I mean, we've seen enough of him now that I don't think what he says really shocks people anymore. But does it give a stink eye? Absolutely. Now I'm going to go to 211, which is right about here. Let's see. So we'll go to 21014. Now this part, this just reminds me of what a narcissist would say.
Which is ironic because the other night when we talked, that was my whole point in making sure when we were asking questions that we weren't going to get an answer like that, because then it would have looked like they would have crucified us for that. So we stayed completely Sebastian focused, and then we were crucified for that. I don't know. Can't seem to win, but hey, it was a good conversation.
Well, you're never going to win these battles if you are not throwing shade at somebody or continuously trying to find a way to make this the dirtiest, juiciest, drama-ridden soap opera that has ever come across the web. That's the only way that you're not going to find it.
Okay. So it's that statement right there where he says that, the juiciest, whatever, most drama filled case across the web. Dude, your case is far from it. Okay. But the way he always says things, right? Like when he was talking about web sleuths, when basically it's like, well, we almost broke the internet that night, didn't we? All because of me joining on that live. We almost broke the internet. That's what this kind of reminded me of. Like, this is the juiciest, most dramatic case. Trust me, go to watch Lori Vallow case, okay? You want to talk about really fucked up cases and stuff like that. But it's when he uses things like that. All I see is a narcissistic person trying to portray that Sebastian's case is just one of the most juiciest cases ever, like as if it's like a braggadocious thing, And that's how it just, like, for you, does it come across to you like that or no? Do you want me to play it
Yeah,
again?
and
Or
does he not realize most of the drama around this case is
it's from
him?
him? Yeah, absolutely. But it's like he gets his rocks off, by this stuff. By it's kind of like when somebody's putting in what they think are these little subtleties, but it's really about bragging in a sense. That's what it comes off like. Again, like we broke the internet when I joined the live, and like this case is the most juiciest case, as if and it reminds me of the way he was talking about JLR when Smiley's World was trying to get him to talk to JLR. Like he was so demanding, as if the world owed him. First of all, they came out to YouTubers. Nobody went to them. Okay, they came out to YouTubers. But it was just this whole arrogance about, you know, um, like no one's going to profit off. Like you're lucky enough. If you're lucky enough for your channel to have me, then you better prove to me that you're not some money grubbing person trying to get clicks and views off me. Dude, for anyone to cover your case is a luxury. Okay? That's more than most families with missing children could ever wish for, is to have the exposure that this case has had. But he was acting back then like, again, like if you want me on a live, then you better prove yourself to me. I'll say, don't give a flying fuck about you, to be honest. Cared about Sebastian. You don't give two shits about you. Like, honestly. But it was just this entitlement of like, like you're doing the YouTubers a favor. I mean, sure, for some people, they're like, spanking their monkey going, oh my God, Christopher Proudfoot's going to be on the live. But it's this arrogance, this like, I'm special if you want to have me, Katie, you tone it down there. Oh, wait, Katie's already toned it down there. It's just this arrogance that he has, and it's so offensive as people that cover true crime that someone's going to be that arrogant when at the end of the day, don't go on JLR. Put your piece out to the world. But no, you're right. Instead, what he did was go on and on and on, cause drama, say a bunch of shit about beating Sebastian with a belt or spanking Sebastian, whatever, with a belt, talking about freaking his whatever. And he just came off like a dick. Like just a
Well,
controlling.
that's like when he was on Web Sleuths. He told them, if you want me to answer your questions, you got to turn off your chat. And it's like, it's constantly about money with
I
him.
know. With just
Almost
like the
every
GoFundMe.
live he's on, it boils down to money.
He always kind of brings that up at some place. Like, why is money so important to him? It seems like. But anyways, that just reminded me of a narcissistic moment where you're subtly putting out there like, this case is so special, you guys. Like it is taking the internet by storm, and and it's the juiciest case out there. No, it's one of many, and it's not the juiciest. A lot of people are following it like now and stuff like that. Half the reason that it's out there is just because of the drama between the freaking parents and everything that's stirring it up, which is good for exposure. Don't get me wrong, but don't ever bitch about complaining that people are trolling you or this when you're the one putting out lies about polygraph tests and you're the one that's being deceptive, and then you want to go boo-hoo that people are saying these things. And at the end of the day, it still boils down to me as this: I could care less, give two shits about Christopher Proudfoot. Katie's the one that should be up speaking. She's the mother, And again, I think most of us can agree that we are not seeing what we should out of Katie, right? And we could be absolutely wrong. And Katie could be the most pathetic mother there is, and Christopher Proudfoot could be the most pathetic kind of stepfather there is out there. And they might have had nothing to do with Sebastian. I don't know. I'm still not buying it for that part because, again, if Sebastian, if there's nothing to show that he didn't leave the house, why? I don't know. I wonder why. Car in the garage, perhaps.
Exactly. It boils down to law enforcement has said that there is no evidence that Sebastian left that house.
No
So
dogs.
if Sebastian didn't leave that house and you are the only one there, then I don't know, maybe you did something.
It's just hard not.
But you want to get mad because people think that.
Let's be honest. Unless you're living underneath a rock, most people believe that Katie had something to do with the disappearance, regardless of Christopher Proudfoot in the mix of it. A lot of people believe. Why is that? Because everything surrounding Sebastian goes right back to the home. That everything that the LE says goes right back to the home. Everything that the dogs are showing goes right back to the home. Like if a kid left barefoot, right? That they're tracking him. But what happened, right? They're following his scent. Doesn't mean that scent. Go ahead.
So scent dogs, if it hasn't rained and you've got good conditions, can pick up a scent if they're on a specific scent, can pick up that scent for up to 7 days, right? So they should have picked up if Sebastian walked off because it hadn't rained. So you can't tell me that if a scent dog goes to a certain area and they stop, if they're tracking and they just stop because the scent stops, generally speaking, that is because that person got into a vehicle. Okay. And those scent dogs did not track off that property. That tells me, along with LE saying there's no evidence of Sebastian leaving that home, that he was in a vehicle when he was taken away.
Yeah. Let's see. Let me just see that. Sebastian, you have that one in your links? The one with Sebastian Rogers with the dogs?
No, I haven't put it in there yet, but I can get it, I think.
Dogs. Let me see if I can find that one myself. I played it before. Bunch of crap's coming up right now. Oh, here. Hold on. I think I found it. Yeah, I did. I found one. Let me just stop this clip for a second and we'll come back to it. And hold on. I got to get this off the screen. Sorry, Sharon. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, let's play this for a second. Let's take this off the screen too. Oops, I'm talking to myself.
I want to
Apparently.
pet the floppy ears.
Yeah, I know.
I
But that
want
was
to pet
pretty
that
much
dog's floppy ears.
dogs didn't pick up crap. They went as far as the lawn, pretty much, maybe a little bit beside the building of the home. Again, and that's about it. They pretty much stopped the driveway and had nowhere to go. So if Sebastian just walked out the door,
Which
I
tells you
remember.
that he left in a car.
Well, I've always tried to make sense of the car because, and then again, it's not because we know, but we're just going by what Sweetie Pie Low had said about the neighbor, about how Katie, but don't forget, we're getting conflicting things by Christopher Proudfoot calling right then and there, and by Christopher being well, Katie was in the vehicle when she tells the story. It's a different story, right? You got one saying this, right? That while she was in the house, he calls, right? I told Katie to look underneath the bed and everything like that. And I just said, hold on. Let me just make that phone call to the sheriff's office. How do you get that mixed up with saying about, and then Katie going on Chronicles and going, remember he coughs? And then she starts fumbling over her words. And then she's like, three-way calling. And then on top of that, you have Christopher that's basically saying, and I stayed on the phone with them for like most of the day until I arrived back in Tennessee. Really? So all those things
And on
happen?
Chronicles of Olivia, when that one you're talking about where he coughed, she also did like the throat cut motion and said he was already, and then
Oh,
stopped dead in
yeah.
her tracks.
Yeah. So, again, it's kind of one of those things. Like, my thing is focused on about Katie's actions first and foremost, because that's the person who was last home with Sebastian, and she's the one that's feeding the timeline. As right, I mean, obviously, Ali knows the truth. They know the truth about phones and tracking and stuff like that, and GPS and the cam on the vehicle and stuff like that, picking up Sebastian's voice, taking out the garbage and stuff like that. They're the ones that have all that vital information. This is where when Jennifer kind of was talking in her live, I'm just like, Jennifer, because I know her feelings on this case if you've watched her videos. And we'll just say that stink eye to the Proudfoots on this one. something happened, right? Sebastian didn't disappear, didn't leave that home on his own accord. That's just ridiculous. Um, Someone that's trying to push a narrative. All you know. Do you okay? Is there any part of you guys, just to ask, just to ask? Good night, Sharon. Night, love you, thank you. Is there any part of you that thinks that Christopher Proudfoot is actually being played for a fool by Katie? Do you think that she did that something happened to Sebastian that night and that she has just been playing it out? And perhaps this is just a thought, just perhaps the emotions that you're seeing in the interviews are that of somebody with the guilty knowledge versus the sadness of truly that their son disappeared on them? Or is it more the fact of what she did? Perhaps. I'm just perhaps, because again, Katie's the
For
last one
me,
with
it's
Sebastian.
guilty knowledge. For me, it is guilty knowledge. And I don't think he's being played for a fool. I think he knows exactly what happened. I think he knows exactly where Sebastian's at. And I think he's covering for her.
Okay, let's say goodnight to Udafefa. Good night. Love you guys. Love what y'all do. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. Just so you know. Okay. I know this channel, honestly, it just literally doesn't get the views or the people that come in versus some of the other channels out there and stuff like that. But just know, regardless, you are appreciated for being part of the family. It's a crime and shame family. What I call the true ones that come in and follow, that like the channel for keeping it real, or just like us. Maybe they just love the personality. Who knows, right, Sharon? But anyways, just know you're appreciated. So you have sweet dreams. Good night, and we'll probably see you tomorrow. Now, so with Jennifer Coffindaffer, stinky feet. Anyways, we'll just leave it at that. I'm gonna go back to this one, and I want to go to, I think it was, hold on, 999-000, 22 hours and 24 minutes. And this is when 2 hours and 24 minutes. This is when, okay, this breaks my heart here. This breaks my heart. Let's go back to here.
Okay.
Great
Yeah,
question.
I kid you not.
Do you?
Um,
What about music?
Not necessarily. If he's running from somebody or trying to get away, music is not going to be the number one thing on his mind.
Right.
I'm
Oh,
going to tell you right now, the thing that will get him most will be a cat. If
Yeah.
somebody says, "Hey, we'll help you. You want to come sit with our cat and let us
wait,
call your mom?"
hold
Let
on.
us
Let's see if
call
it says
some.
it before that.
If you're looking at my ductwork, you better be looking for a micro midget
Oh,
because ductwork in my house is not that big.
they're talking
Okay,
about.
well, I
Okay,
mean,
so
that just people seem to think that maybe law enforcement wouldn't do their job. You
Right.
see the question continuously in, oh, I bet they didn't look in here, or you've got somebody who wants to put a drone up and look in the backyard. Do you honestly think that if that were the case, then Sebastian would be home and Chris and Katie would be making, and Seth would be making a completely different announcement? Like, I guess people needed to hear those words come out of your mouth. Like, yep, they did this, they did this, they did this, they did this, to understand that all
So
of
for
this.
people to understand this much, if Sebastian was found in my home from day 1 to day 8, if he had been found in this house, we would not be on it having these conversations. We would not be on a YouTube. We would not be part of social media.
Right.
It would have just been a very wham bam, thank you, ma'am, quick cases solved and done and over with. They moved on. But that's not
Yeah.
the case. It's truly not.
hi, Deborah. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm just floored by all the people who sit here and think that home hasn't been extensively searched. I'm like, are you guys completely stupid?
Well,
I mean,
not only that, I
obviously,
mean, I'm sure you guys probably, I mean, how many times I'm sure Katie's probably went in his room several times. You know what I'm saying? Just because
right?
common sense, people. Come on now. Fuck.
I think
Well, that's just, as a mom, it's muscle memory.
because I was literally just listening on J for Justice, her playing this case about a son that went missing. He was found in the basement. Okay. Cops went in there, Ellie. The parents had searched. The dogs had been in there sniffing, trying to find this boy. Nothing, 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 nothing. And then where was he found? In the basement. They ended up finding him in the basement finally. But that just goes to show you sometimes, though, that when he was telling his story and he's saying, look, we went down there, we searched it over and over and over again and stuff like that. The parents went there, the LE, the dog sniffers came back with nothing. And yet that's exactly where he was found. Alive, by the way. And that just goes to show you, you never know sometimes. So when she's, oh, you stupid, because that shit does happen. I mean, why it happens, who knows? Because you would think that the dog would sniff them out, that they would be looking in every single crevice, which they thought that they had. But I remember when when my mom had wanted to get back together with my stepdad at the time, which meant moving back to Vancouver area here from Calgary. There was this little attic-y place across from our bedroom, which was downstairs. And there was this little attic-y thing. And I was hiding out because that's the day I took off and hopped on a bus for 12, 14 hours, whatever it was, back to Alberta because my stepdad was being a dick. And that's when I was with Dion. And I was like, you took me away from the first person that I cared about. Anyway, so I hopped on a bus, but I hid in the closet. I hid in this attic, and they thought that I had gone to school. And I was like, hee, hee, hee. They were looking all over the house for me. Couldn't find me. And yet I was right there in this little tiny attic. And like I said, they opened it up. They looked in it. Didn't see anything, a couple times. And they didn't find me. And then I snuck out of that and I hid in the backyard up until because the steps went down. So it was kind of like you couldn't see me if you tried. And then as soon as I knew that they were gone from the house, then I took a cab, took it to the bus station, except for the my real dad who was looking for me as well. They went to the Greyhound station, but unfortunately, they went to the bus that came after the one that I'd already been on. I was 16 years old, people. And I literally had $35 in my pocket because my twin sister was supposed to come with me. And she decided in the morning that she wasn't going to go, or the night before that she wasn't going to go. And so, yeah, I was 15 when I met Dion, 16. A couple months later when I left, I lived on the wild side. I lived dangerous and free. Never went back home till I was 26 years old. That was a very abusive relationship, unfortunately. But it's like extremely. But I didn't want to go home to listen to my mom say, I told you so. So I never did that. And then when I was 26, I remember only because my friends, I worked in cosmetics at Eaton's, and my friends, especially a couple of them, just wanted me to get out of that type of relationship. But I didn't have what I felt like anywhere to go. And then the one lady in Shiseido, she said, well, look, if I buy you a plane ticket, you can pay me back on payday. It was like $99 back in the day. And so I remember getting home. I opened up, I lived in an apartment at the very bottom where it's like a sliding glass door to, enter. And so I opened it up. First thing out of Dion's mouth was something ignorant. And I said to him, you know what? I'm sick and tired of your abuse. I'm tired of this marriage. We'd only been married 2 years out of the 11 years. And I said, I'm tired of it. Picked up the phone, called my mom, said, Mom, I want to come home. She had no clue at all that Dion was abusive that whole 11 years. I went through a lot. I became a better person, in a sense, meaning I came a lot stronger. harder, not taking people's bullshit. That's the person you see the day before you, because I went through a lot in order to get to that. And that's why I don't take people's bullshit, because I'm tired of people trying to tell me what to do, try to control me, try to abuse me and stuff like that. So when people come in here trying to tell this channel what they should be doing or get pissy at me, don't give a fuck at all. Literally zero cares given, because I already know who I am as a person, and I've spent a lot of it having to heal from stuff internally, but always never blaming for other people for the position I put myself in, but just becoming a lot more stronger and just not taking people's shit. So that's why you see this stronger person before you today versus the more passive, shy, quiet person that I used to be, to a point, always giving to everybody and forgetting about myself along the way and stuff like that. And then when I entered my second marriage, which was to my ex-husband, not Steve Austin, sorry, my bad, take that back. A different Steve, my ex-husband for 17 years, right towards the end of it, about the last 3-4 years, something happened in his brain up here. It became about money. Anyway, he just became a very angry person. That's not the way I live my life. But he kept saying it's not about me. It's about, him and that, the things that he needs, and how even Matthew didn't matter because he needed to work on himself. And he started becoming abusive, and he was very abusive mentally with his words. And this is where I stayed too long. I didn't, but I was living in Whitecourt, Alberta, people. I had no family or nothing out there. And again, I really find it hard to suck it up and be like, family, I need your help, which I finally did have to do because I needed to get Matthew, or I didn't want Matthew to be in that position anymore, to hear his dad always cut me down, call me names. But he started getting abusive towards the end, putting his hands on me and stuff like that, stuff that he had never done before, So my husband now, Steve Austin, who's 21 years younger than me, my UK husband there, he's my cub, right? My cougar cub relationship. Anyways, he's, like I said, the best man that I've ever met. He, last year, he kind of lost his shit a little bit because he was stressed out, but he's like the best person. Like, he's one of the best people I've ever come across as a human being. He's very caring and loving in a lot of ways. Sometimes because we're both counselors, he doesn't, whatever. But, it's like, what was my point out of all this? There was a point, you guys. I lost my point along the way because I get sidetracked in my brain. But there was a point to this about Katie and Chris. Defer. Melissa, what was I talking
Chris
about?
reminds you of your ex-husband?
Oh, well, nah. Yeah, you know what? Lost thought gone. It will probably come back to me, but whatever. Don't know what the trail was. Oh, the part that I just played there. It was before the. Hold on. Sorry, guys. My brain just went fried. Seriously.
I guess people needed to hear those words come out of your mouth. Like, yep, they did this, they did this, they did this, they did this, to understand that all
So
of
for
those things.
people to understand this much, if Sebastian was found in my home
Oh, I don't know.
from day 1 to day 8,
I don't know if that got
if he had
sidetracked.
been found in this house, we would not be on that having these conversations. We would not be.
Yeah, I can't remember my point. Anyways, somewhere between Christopher Proudfoot, and about Nina and the abuse that she talks about with Katie, about her children. And, because remember, Nina has 3 kids. One's with Christopher Proudfoot and stuff like that. To me, we've listened to Chris on the other live talk swear. The way he talked is just repulsive and stuff like that. So I don't know if Katie was in this space where she was depressed. Like, can you not see Christopher Proudfoot being one big ass dick of a husband? Like, do you see him, like, the way he that's what we're going to get into. The way he treated, like, Sebastian, and the way that we have heard him talk and the way that Nina has spoken about him. And then he wants to come off like he's not this abuser or loser and stuff like that, and it makes me wonder what all these 5 marriages saw in him. Or if Katie, is just so depressed and she just wanted this relationship and she thought Sebastian was the heel, like the thorn in her ass, because we have heard Seth say, well, sorry, we definitely heard Donna say that Seth said. I don't want to say Seth because I'd have to find that actual interview or that live that he was saying it on, because he said a lot of stuff, where he's saying that Katie was a drinker and that she would literally get into this volatile rage and she would piss on the bed, that she was, like I said, just like an angry bird when she was drinking and stuff like that. So I'm wondering if they're more 2 peas in a pod, and then you have the narcissist, and the person that seems to need to be in relationships in a sense. I don't know, but
I think she's the same way. I really
agree.
do. I think she's just as bad as he is.
I do
As far
too.
as,
I had a point to my story.
like, I don't know how to explain it. I feel like they're,
Good night, you just said.
like you said, they're kind of 2 peas in a pod. They're really similar. And I guess maybe that's why I don't feel like he's being played. I think he knows what happened. And I think he said, it's okay, baby, I'll stick by you.
It's hard to believe that he's being played, in a sense, like it is, because, he likes to think he's the smartest person in the room. He's, again, manipulated in his words, his talk and stuff like that, and then that's why there's this part of me that wonders if Katie perhaps hypothetically did something to Sebastian and she just has played the role, because her actions haven't matched how a mother that's missing their child would be. It hasn't. Okay, they simply haven't. They come up with, like, Katie's whole thing, and again, I'm just going by the fact of this is Katie's words. Regardless, we don't know how much Christopher would have played a role, or if he did at all, or if either of them did, for that matter. But we're just trying to think about what could have happened to Sebastian. Right? Katie is the last point of Sebastian Rogers being alive that we know about, right? Nobody else. Katie. That's it. How can we not keep including Katie with these things of he left the house, locked the door on foot, that she has made the timeline of this thud. Maybe that thud didn't even exist. Maybe Sebastian maybe she did go into his room. Maybe she smothered him with a pillow. Maybe she was pissed off. Maybe he was acting up. Because all we know is Katie's version, right? So here you have someone that I think is very depressed, that their marriage is on the flops, that could potentially have done something to her son in light of being sick and tired of dealing with Sebastian's shit as well. Didn't want to give him over to Seth, because she seems like she's a pretty vengeful person. She does. If you think about how she was smirking and smiling on that video when the Proudfoots and whatever are recording, and Katie's right there like a dirty shirt recording her, with this smirk on her face, right? Okay. That woman's got a lot of evilness in her. I'll tell you that much. Like, she's not some, like I said, this poor whimpering mother to me at all. I see as someone that's more deceptive than Christopher Proudfoot to me. Christopher Proudfoot's an out and right, clear as glass, narcissist, a-hole, that just likes to speak his mind and think he's preaching the truth and that he deserves and commands respect, and blah, blah, blah. He thinks that he's this, regular talker that, is just kind of, that he's getting portrayed all wrong and that people are taking his stuff out of context. No, you've proven that you're a dick and you've proven that you're an asshole just fine by yourself. Katie Proudfoot, however, she's acting like she's some sort of meek little cat that's like, you know, he could be everywhere and anywhere, and I just want him to be home. In these tears, there's no tears actually, because I've out teared myself over the last month, and I've left home. Sebastian, yeah, it does worry me that I've left home and he could just come back, but I got to protect myself first and foremost from all the trolls and the YouTubers, and I'm just going to sit here and hide behind Christopher, and I don't care that he speaks up for me. Why does other people have an issue with that? Because why, Katie? Why? Because you do know that something happened to Sebastian on your watch, and that you perhaps did something to your son? It's not too far off to go that route and think that. It's very logical considering there's no surveillance. The Elias said that there's nothing to prove he left the house. So where the fuck did Sebastian go then? Where did he go? He's going to be seen on camera on this side, and this side. Any which way he leaves, he's going to be seen on camera at some point regardless. But we're talking within the vicinity. So where the hell did he go, Katie? Where's Sebastian? I think you damn right know where Sebastian is. I think you damn right know why you gave him a special day. I think you damn right know why you took pictures of him at the table. And I think that you're trying to con, people that, and trying to manipulate people by acting like you're this mother that's so, like, I will hate if I'm wrong on this one. I will, of course, right? Because any mother that loves their children knows how much our hearts would be breaking so badly. You'd be so devastated. But you think I'm going to block out? Because Katie and Chris, they want to fight YouTubers in court, that are slandering their name and stuff like that, or being a Betty Bullhorn apparently, and, bringing a machete to the fight type of thing. It's ridiculous. They're in court all doing all that stuff. Every time that they try to work together, Christopher has some reason why he cannot work with Seth, right? Because it's all about Christopher Proudfoot, isn't it? It's not about Sebastian. It's about Christopher Proudfoot. And he can't put his arrogant ass aside. And Katie's only happy with that. Why? Because probably, again, perhaps she had something to do with her own son's disappearance. And Christopher Proudfoot might have had no knowledge, and she's just playing a game. I don't think she's no stupid ass either. She's no stupid ass by no means, Katie Proudfoot, So she could be playing Christopher Proudfoot for a fool. It's hard to believe that, but it is possible. But anyways, let's go back. Do you want to say anything before I play this? Because this is about the cats. Don't fuck with cats, right? We all know that. Don't fuck with cats. And like I said,
Katie, she tries, like you said, she tries to portray like this little meek person.
Yeah.
But yet we know better. And when she does speak, like one of the things I was watching today when I was doing all these notes, the interviewer or whatever you want to call them, they said at the channel, she said, well, Katie, I told Katie, she said, the only thing she wanted me to do at some point in this live was tell people to hang up flyers. And I'm sitting here going, but yet she got on another live, and the only thing she could say when she come on, instead of saying, will you please hang up flyers, help me find my son, I miss my son, whatever, the perfect opportunity to do it, she just said, I just want you to know my husband does not abuse me. Bitch, we don't care about that. We care about Sebastian. We don't give a shit if he beats your ass.
On there. Not at this point. No. I mean, if she sincerely came off as a remorseful mother, that would be a different story. So regardless if Katie or Christopher had anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance, because we don't know if they did or didn't do, right? Is that I still claim that you're shit parents. You let Sebastian be abused and actually assaulted underneath Katie's watch. You basically, let's go back to this. Let's go back to playing this. Let's listen to this part.
Be on the YouTube. We would not be part of social media.
Right.
It would have just been a very
It's gonna
wham
come.
bam thing.
Just
Really
hold on.
quick cases solved and done and over with. They moved on.
This part
But
breaks.
that's not the case. It's truly not.
Yeah, I'm just floored by all the people who sit here and think that that home hasn't been extensively searched. I'm like,
Yeah, blah blah.
are you guys completely stupid?
Well,
I mean,
not only that, I
obviously,
mean, I'm sure you guys probably, I mean, how many times I'm sure Katie's probably went in his room several times. You know what I'm saying? Just because
right?
common sense, people. Come on now.
Yeah,
Fuck.
common sense, people. Come on now.
I think
Well, that's just as a mom, it's muscle memory to just go to your kid's room like
Well,
that.
you didn't though. That's your problem. You
I think the
didn't.
next question people will have though after that is, well, what about the grandparents? What about the, you know what I mean?
And we've already
So,
talked about that. He's
yeah,
answered those questions. He's not coming up here to be drilled. I know that.
yeah.
Well, when
So
it comes
yeah,
to
we're not.
grandparents,
Let's just, yeah. What about those grandparents? You mean the ones that went to Alaska? The ones that were too busy that morning that Sebastian disappeared? They're talking about their trip to Alaska. That those parents? I mean, those caring grandparents that don't give a shit either. Obviously, would you like? Could you honestly imagine grandparents, right? And this is where the disconnect comes again because it's not truly their grandchild. They didn't give a shit. They went off on their freaking vacation anyway. Like, do you honestly think that if a child goes missing as part of my family and like that would be considered immediate family, that my ass is going to go on a vacation knowing that a child is missing and they're in the kitchen, like Sus says, talking about freaking jewelry and the vacation, acting like as if there's no other emotions going on, like our son has disappeared and you guys are in the kitchen talking about freaking vacation and shit. And Katie's like, with the phone, this look at he was just fine on the Saturday picture at the Costco. Just fine. He was happy. See. Right? It's just weird. It's just weird. But Bower socks, yeah.
Do
I mean,
that.
I'll be honest with you. When it comes to grandparents, every house that can be related to this case has
Hey,
been
Dirty.
thoroughly searched. Seth's place got searched. My parents,
Excuse.
my sisters, um, cousins, uncles, anybody that has been named in the investigation, all of their dwellings have been searched. Every single thing.
Mhm.
Yep.
And not just once, but probably twice to three times over.
So, Chris, I have a question.
Mhm.
What? So
This is where it comes
let's
with cat.
run a scenario where, like, maybe someone has Sebastian and he manages to like escape or get away. If he's like agitated, scared, excited, what would calm him down if someone came across him?
A cat.
Okay.
Great
Cat. I kid you
question.
not.
Do you?
Um,
What about music?
Not
not necessarily. If he's running from somebody or trying to get away, music is not going to be the number one thing on his mind.
Right.
I'm going to tell you right now, the thing that will get him most will be a cat. If
Yeah.
somebody says, "Hey, we'll help you. You want to come sit with our cat and let us call your mom? Let us call so and so." You got a cat. You just became his best friend.
Okay.
Good to know.
That's interesting within itself.
Yep. Useful.
I mean, I kid you not. When
Yeah.
Sebastian's love for cats is so strong that still to this day, when me and his mom started dating, they had cats. And I am allergic to cats. So mom made the choice. They got rid of the cats so we could reject them and keep our life moving forward together. And still to this day, Sebastian will never let me live it down.
Do you think in the past, I'm just out of curiosity, Chris, in the past, has Sebastian ever seen a cat outside through the window and went out to try to play with it?
Not to go out and play with it. He has seen cats outside the windows. I mean, there's two cats that run around our neighborhood that we know for a fact. One of them, it started out as kind of like a feral cat, but we know who the owners are and they call it Socks. But it's a gray cat and it runs around. And then there's like an orangish yellow tabby cat, I think is what they call it.
Hmm.
And it runs around the neighborhood. But I mean, that's it. He's seen them, but the cats don't come near him.
Okay.
Okay. His favorite thing is cats. He will not let Christopher Proudfoot live it down that they had to get rid of their cats because of him. Such a shame. But that's what Katie chose, was douchebag there. That hurts my heart, to be honest with you. That hurts my heart when I was hearing that again, because I forgot about the cats. I totally forgot about the cat thing. And then somebody mentioned it, and I was like, "You're right." And then I remember, and then I heard it on here, and I'm like, it just broke my heart knowing how much Sebastian loved cats, and that he had to. His mom basically gave him up for Christopher Proudfoot because he's allergic to cats. That Christopher Proudfoot
He
takes
was
away
allergic to some.
I'm allergic to bullshit too, Christopher Proudfoot. You know. But anyway, what did you say?
He was allergic to Sebastian. He wanted Sebastian gone, and he found a way to make that happen, in my opinion.
Or Katie. Or Katie. I mean, Bowersock Sass was right there, right? So Christopher obviously had to call his mama. But again, I just think about what Seth always said. Katie got the phone right in his face saying how happy he was. And them in the kitchen talking about some freaking jewelry and vacation. And yet
And I just
Sebastian.
want to say something. Sorry.
Go right
I
ahead.
just want to say something about what Chris said. He said music wouldn't calm him down. Seth
Mm-hmm.
said, and I believe Seth over Chris, that
Mm-hmm.
if Sebastian is overstimulated and he's been triggered, that
Mm-hmm.
music will calm him and redirect him.
That sounds more truthful, to be honest with you. Isn't that funny? Because there's a couple different things that have been said. I feel like Seth knows his son better than Katie knows her son. I think Seth cared more about Sebastian than Katie did. Because, I mean, when you and I know this is taking words, I know this is taking words by saying this, versus Christopher or Katie versus Seth. But I just feel like, so Sebastian's phone at home, right? He never got to. Katie said it to get him to take his phone would be hard, right? Because and why is that? Because of the strict rules. And if he didn't really have much to do, why would you take your phone? But when he's at his dad's house, you hear Seth talk about how he was always on his phone, watching videos and stuff like that. And, and watching Minecraft videos and stuff like that. Right? Two different types of living. So at some points I would think to myself, well, maybe he left. This is when I thought he may have left. Maybe he didn't want to go to his dad's house because of the homeschooling, because he didn't want to be online schooled, wanted to go to his school. So I thought, well, maybe that's why. I don't really think so anymore. I think it really still boils down to that Ali found nothing to show that Sebastian left that home. And the only vehicle that did leave that home was Katie's in the morning. That the time that Chris says that he called the police to versus what Katie says are two different times. The police are called at 6:33 in the morning. Christopher says that he's pretty much on the phone almost all the time till he gets back to Tennessee, talking with them. But yet he's at work operating a crane. And it just doesn't make sense. He gets home at 1, apparently, according to him, even though it was said that he was relieved at 11. It takes 3 hours and 37 minutes or 38 minutes to get home from doorstep to doorstep. And he gets home at 1. So, yet by the same token, he says that Katie was so distraught on that phone call that it took him 7 hours to get home for that person that's so distraught. You don't say anything to your work, right? Apparently you're relieved at 11, but let's just even say 8 o'clock in the morning was the last time that he was seen. Let's just go with that regardless. So you're saying that Katie was so distraught and that you needed to wait for relief, even though the person that works with you says that there was a relief person there, and yet you told nobody that there was this emergency at home, but yet your wife is so distraught it takes you 7 hours to get home. Something wrong there with that picture?
Make it make sense,
If
because
my
it doesn't make.
you know, again, the telling of when the police were called, that he was on the phone pretty much the whole time until he got to Tennessee, right? So you're up in a crane, what, operating? Hey, you know what cranes do, right? Is they move the beams from beams and they got a place, right? It's all two hands. Blah, blah. You think he's sitting there? Yeah, just hold on a second there, police officer, dude. You know, or the sheriff. Just hold on there. Just got to switch this pallet thing over to this place. So how does it make sense that all of these things happened? That he's at work doing a crane, doesn't tell anybody about Sebastian missing. And then nobody knows about it until it hits the news. And that you're somehow on the phone almost the entire time, out of his own words, until he gets back to Tennessee, pretty much, he says. That he's on the phone talking with them. And you want all that to make sense? And you want it to make sense that you can't say when you were home, with Sebastian, that you can only say it's, well, let me just say it's sometime at the near the beginning of February. Well, let me just tell people I took a polygraph test. And then you have to freaking put your tail between your legs on Nancy Grace, as she pummels you with questions, and you two sit there like you got your best school outfit on, going, yes, ma'am. Yes. Yeah. Oh, I thought you were talking to Katie, ma'am, when you were talking about the belt. I didn't realize you were just talking about me. I can't remember what the incident was in school, ma'am, about that. How old's your vehicle? 2021, 2020. You kidding? Like freaking 3 years. You can't remember how old your vehicle is. Most men know exactly how their vehicle, but yet he had to sit there and ponder his answer. I found that really odd, to be honest. Like, if he would have said that it was a vehicle from like 10 years ago, I could have understood that. But you're telling me that you literally had to hem and haw about your vehicle that was and it's only 2024, and you had to think about how old your vehicle was that you got, when men, they're usually jizzing over their vehicles, know exactly when they bought it, know exactly how old their vehicle is. I was expecting him to be like, 2013, 14, somewhere in there. But when he said 2020, 21, I'm like, really? You can't, your brain is so great for all these other things, but all of a sudden you can't think about your vehicle. Anyway, that one just struck me as odd when he did that. But it was the ridiculousness. And Katie, again, for me personally, besides, Christopher being Christopher, Katie, she seemed so detached in that interview. Almost like she didn't like being there. If you look at her eye movement the whole time, she always has this weird eye movement. You ever notice that? Like, it's like she can't look at the person really. Her eyes always will shift. If you ever watch that interview and you watch other interviews, her eyes are always shifting. Because I'm always looking at that. Like whenever she answers a question. And it's almost like she looks away from talking, but then she'll say, because I'm just looking at Sebastian's picture right here. Touch type of thing. Like on Chronicles of
I don't
Narnia.
think they can keep their lives straight at this point. Because, back to the vehicle thing, he told Nancy Grace, I can't tell you what year and make her vehicle is because it's a work van. Bitch, it is sitting in the driveway.
Yeah.
I can tell you what it is. Can't tell you the year. I mean, it's not like it's privileged. He acts like everything is
I know.
privileged information.
Like the whole HIPAA thing, you know? Like, really, you couldn't
Yeah,
say he was
but
on
Sebastian was on
HBO?
Ritalin because Seth said it,
Yeah,
and then
you
made
know?
a joke at Christopher Proudfoot. Oh, I'm gonna break HIPAA.
Mhm.
But one thing that got me with the medicine is that medicine is known to decrease your appetite. Okay,
Right.
so Sebastian had a really big appetite, and she said on one interview that when he was off his medicine, he ate a lot. Well, look at what all he ate on that Sunday. He was off his medicine on
Oh,
that day. I
I
guarantee
can
it.
see.
Like, I would
Yeah.
stake my life on it.
Yeah. You know, and, again, it's just that with Sebastian's case, if certain things don't make sense, right? And again, I want to say this, I've said it before. It's not because I'm looking to personally shit on Katie and Christopher. Christopher, yeah, his personality is, that of narcissistic, arrogant, abrasive, know-it-all, condescending, manipulative personality. Okay, that's Christopher Proudfoot through and through, and abusive. And Five Wives Later's tell you that really most people didn't want to be a part of Christopher Proudfoot and their relationship. Okay, so I think it's pretty clear who Christopher Proudfoot is a person. He ain't this God loving, kind, giving, caring person. All that he's not. He might think he is, but he's not. Okay, the true colors, like I said, just they come out in somebody, and you just got to give them a time before they sink their own selves, and that's what pretty much he did. Maybe not according to the YouTubers that you know like to pretend like they're his friend and stuff like that, but whatever. You got to have two sides to everything, three sides or whatever on there. But when you sit there and you look at Katie and Christopher, or not Katie and Christopher, Katie and Sebastian that day, I agree with you. I think that he probably wasn't on his medicine. But I also think that there is definitely something strikingly odd that Seth Rogers said was not a normal day for Sebastian when asked that question. You guys can go back and watch it on his live. You guys should really go back and watch what Seth did say about Sebastian and some things that sometimes when you forget things, it's, good to go back to those things. The one from November 24th, when he's talking about in the house and when he's talking about Katie in the phone, when he's talking about, Sebastian, there's a huge difference. And I think we're all pretty much aware of this huge difference between what Seth is doing. And like you said, all the more interviews that he's done versus the Proudfoots. They're the ones, like I said, Christopher Proudfoot, he's the one that's made a debacle out of this case. He's turned it into a circuit himself. And YouTuber, they just fed off of it for the most part, right? T-Rev trying to be Seth's friend. The minute they're not friends, T-Rev throws him underneath the bus and says, Seth asked me to buy him a gun. I was going to keep that close to myself because we were friends then. But now that we're not, now I can let you guys all know that I'm a douchebag creator and I'm going to give you all the stuff that I wasn't going to give you when we were friends. But now that we're not, you know what? Let me just put this out. Oh, and let me tell you that Seth, he was hitting on my girlfriend as well. And it was clear as day and stuff like that. Drama, 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 drama. Like, honestly, the guy's looking for his child. And YouTubers want to play freaking manipulative games just to use him and, to get them on his channel to speak. And then, of course, the minute that Seth goes, you know what? Actually, I'm sick of being stabbed in the back by you useless. Get out of my way. I just want people around me that are trying to help me find Sebastian, right? Then all of a sudden it pissed some people off. Seth, we all know, went on a little bit of a rage there with his F-bombs and stuff like that. I do get it. What I appreciate from Seth is what Christopher Proudfoot isn't telling us, or Katie. Seth is about his son, Sebastian. He doesn't care if he tells you what medication he's taken. You know, he told you underneath Katie's watch that Sebastian was sexually abused and stuff like that. None of that stuff we wouldn't have known about, a lot of it, you know, but it's out of their own mouths. Thing I like about Seth is that for the most part, he's just, here I am. You know what? Like it or lump me, I just need people to help me find my son. I miss my son desperately. He shows tears, he shows proper emotions. They match what he's saying and doing. It is ridiculous to think that Seth had anything to do with his son's disappearance. Is it ridiculous to think that Katie had anything to do with her son's disappearance? Nope, because she was the last one with him. It's her storyline. It's her, lack of, again, projecting to the world. Like, don't you think, like, I find this offensive as a mother. This is what I find offensive as a mother, is that instead of her putting her butt to the cameras and saying, please help find my son, right? Without the drama, going to the news channels, having the actual kind of interviews and just saying, look, we are desperately searching for our son. We desperately need your help. Can you please? No. Has she really done any of that? Mm-mm. We've seen a hand interview. We've seen her looking and smiling over Christopher like, take over. I can't talk about the Sunday, and no tears were strolling down her face, but her tissue went up to her nose, but you didn't see these tears. I'll tell you right now, if I personally was sitting on any of those interviews, I'll tell you, I would have had the puffiest damn eyes and I would be bawling just even thinking about something happening to my child, knowing that something is amiss. You would never see me acting like a Katie Proudfoot. And I'm embarrassed to even for Sebastian, and to be honest, herself, to even claim that she's coming across like she's so brokenhearted. It is not portrayed that way. And again, either they're the guiltiest innocent people, between the two of them, the liar and the, tear jerker that doesn't throw tears out too often. It is just incomprehensible to me that she wants us to believe that she is so in dire heartbreaking need of her son that she cannot bring herself to go on interviews knowing that she is the last one with her son. It is just mind-boggling to me. And I'm not going to give somebody credit where it's not due, because at the end of the day, she's a shitty mother. She's a shitty parent. And if you let your son get sexually assaulted and then underneath your watch, say your son just did disappear on you, like, Katie, if you heard a thud a loud thud coming out of your son's room, most parents would have gotten up their ass off the fucking couch and gone and checked, considering you were right there. But instead, you're talking about, well, you're not talking about it because Christopher Proudfoot does. You're on a conversation, for 2 hours and 15 minutes. And you couldn't get your fucking ass off of a couch. I'm sorry, but I get pissed off when I think about this. And that's only if it's true. That's only if it's true.
I think it is. I think the thud part is true. I think the story that she's portraying around the thud part is not true.
1 sec. I'm here still.
But I think there was a thud. And I say that because in my theory, in my opinion, the way I see it,
yep,
I have gone through every scenario I can think of, and I've tried to think what could be what's possible. And not only do I always come back to Katie, but my gut is, and I come back to it, I guess maybe because of the fluid on his brain, that it wouldn't take much to have a blunt force trauma injury.
right.
And then it's, oh shit. You see Seth out there crying and stuff, and like you said, you don't see the tears rolling down her face. But the Dr. G explains, the guy that does the body language.
Yeah.
You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know exactly.
So he talks about it in a lot of cases, and he says, when they put the tissue up to their face, or they're wiping snot, or they're wiping tears or whatever, and then they look at the tissue, it's because they want to see if there's any tears. They want to see if you're believing them or not. And that's
Yeah.
what she does. She'll wipe her eyes, but she'll look down at the tissue. And it's like, yeah, bitch, you lying. Just come out with it. Let us bring Sebastian home. Whether or not you did something to him or not. I don't care if it was an accident, because I haven't fully ruled that one out. But I know he didn't walk out of that house. I know it. And I know it for a couple of reasons. He's not caught on camera. Any of them. Ellie has told us that there's no evidence of him leaving that house. And the dogs can't track past their property, which tells me he did not leave on foot. He left by vehicle. Well, bitch, you the only one with him. So, you want to say you don't go on interviews because everybody picks your story apart. What are you afraid of? If you're telling the truth, what are you afraid of if we pick your story apart? The problem is you're lying and you don't want us to catch it. Sorry,
She's
in
all
my
for it.
opinion.
To me, she's all for Christopher Proudfoot taking control. And he likes it. And again, pushing a narrative, whether there's involvement on their part or not, regardless, they're pushing the narrative, again, control. Absolutely. It's just like I said, as a whole, when you just take the case for itself as a whole, right? You take the facts and you don't try to embellish anything, and you listen to what the LE is saying. You realize that there's cameras, and the more time that's coming out, and this is where I am grateful to, like, this person, Julie. I'm grateful to that. SF as well, to be honest with you, even though he's a douchebag, like Narcissist 10.0. I mean, honestly, he's so immature. It's not even funny. He's like, you know what? Imagine him and Donald Trump running the freaking United States. Seriously? That'd be fucking, oh my God, overload narcissism. But anyways, he's so
I would be
unprofessional.
coming to live with you.
Yeah. I used to somewhat like Trump back in this first election. I'm not going to get into it. Can't stand his ass anymore. Trying to piss off Canada, Mexico, freaking every other country, saying that we're abusing your guys' kindness over there and that all the countries have pretty much used you guys. Talking about biggest narcissist. And to even it's so laughable that he's trying to use the emergency law to say that Canada is bringing over fentanyl, which is the size of a small dog, for the amount that crosses our borders. Come on, we're 41 million people versus like 300 to 400 million people over in the United States. And you're going to try to claim, Donald Trump, that we're freaking bringing over the fentanyl over to you guys? Fuck off. Seriously. Anyways, I find it an absolute embarrassment to watch what he is doing. And you know what? It's going to come back and bite him in the ass. Sorry, but it's true. You don't fucking piss off Canadians. You don't fucking piss off the world. And you think Canadians aren't going to fucking keep buying Canadian products because they don't want the U.S. products because of Donald Trump, right? And threatening
What
this
U.S.
tariff.
product?
Yeah, but all I know
All of
is
our shit's made in China.
I know, at the end of the day, you don't piss off the world like that. You don't tell the world that everyone, but it's going to be one of those things. Let's distract here when really this is happening over here, But the thing is, how he's going about it, seriously, and the immigration thing that's going on in your guys' country too, with the whole backlash now coming back at him, the guy loves control. He likes poking a bear. He likes pissing us off and saying that we're going to be the 51st state. He loves that stuff. Anyways, at the end of the day, whatever to him, he's a big loser. Can't stand the dude anymore. I thought I at least entertained him last time he was in your guys' freaking whatever. I'm like, what? You know what? It's better than freaking Hillary Clinton. But honestly, he's making a joke out of your country. To me, he's an embarrassment. And you don't piss off your closest allies. And I loved Prime Minister Trudeau's statement that he gave. And I'm sorry if you guys are Trump lovers and stuff like that. Again, I'm Canadian. He's not our president, but I loved Trudeau's statement, how he addressed the U.S. citizens first, and said basically, I'm sorry that you guys are having to go through this. We're supposed to be friends and allies, and da 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 da. Then I like how he addressed the Canadians, saying, of course, that we will be strong and united, which we are, because again, and like I said, to sit there and watch the Republicans and all that come together, doesn't matter what party you're from, to come together in Canada and basically say, like, yeah, we're not taking it. And so, and then so I love that one meme where Trump, there's a Canadian fan, and then Trump pissing and then it blowing right back in his face. That one did make me laugh. Anyways, whatever. At the end of the day, it will be what will be. But I think this is a good thing for Canada. All his stupid threats and shit like that. Because again, he's in control. Like we're little puppets that he can push around, but it's gonna come bite him in the ass. And honestly, like I said, like you know what? Can I just ask you, just from your point of view, have you been watching? Like, I'm not even into politics, but because of this bullshit, I've been watching like the Midas Touch channel and stuff like that. People that are just giving it to you straight. And he's a U.S. channel. And so many people from America are saying, Canada, we stand with you, and, and Mexico and whatever, did I like it's embarrassing. How do you feel about what's going on by your president? Just to ask you honestly.
I will admit, Trump is probably better than Biden, but I think he's going to make my job this summer really hard, and I don't appreciate it because we have a lot of foreign help. And yes, they are legal. Yes, they came through the legal channels, or they're applying for asylum, and so they're going through that channel. I think he's making my job a whole lot harder, and he needs to calm down a little bit. Like, just simmer down, okay? He's like a toddler at this point. Now, just calm down. He just, he needs to calm down. I can understand, maybe taxing the shit out of China, but Canada? Do we really got to take on Canada? I mean, can't we just leave them alone? Like, I don't.
That's like taking your friend and throwing them underneath the bus. And if you want to piss off a country like you have with Canada, we don't give a shit what he says anymore. People want, like, every day I have to deal with calls about what are we going to do to show that we are Canadian products and stuff like that. People are pissed in Canada. Like, they are pissed. And they don't even give two shits about Donald Trump, what he says, because now you've pissed off. You've opened up a can of, whoop ass. And it's like, you know what? No. Because I find it so humiliating and embarrassing what he's doing. Because what it reminds me of, I've never seen anything like this in the history of politics, that someone goes onto Twitter, someone sits there and says these ignorant, unfounded claims and acts like he won, like that, you know what, Canada folded there. We're going to go 30 days, and you know what, another victory for us over here. Oh, he's such a demented liar and a narcissist.
So you want to hear something funny about him? He's always saying, we're going to make America great again, and we need to keep our stuff here, make stuff here, blah, blah, blah. So in Trump, one of his, I think it's the hotel. He has like a Trump shop, right? And it has the travel cups and shirts and whatever.
Yeah.
Everything in there is made in China.
That's funny.
It's like really, really, like everything in there is made in China, motherfucker. Like, but I don't know. I'll tell you, he's different.
I'll tell you what. Tell you right now that those tariffs are not going to come. He's like I said, he's trying to play like he's in control, like we're a puppet. He ain't gonna do that, especially with the freaking oil. Because we'll make a lot more money selling it to China than giving us a U.S. a subsidy on it. Anyways, all I know is that this is a game. He thinks he's playing. Unfortunately, he's going to piss off the world in general by sitting there saying
Well, it's like
that
he's talking
all
about
companies.
buying TikTok. America is going to buy TikTok. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Anyways, I know I didn't mean to get on like to politics, but as a Canadian, honestly, uh, honestly, that guy is at the bottom of the scum of my foot anymore. After what he's done and the things he said, is like a 2-year-old toddler throwing a temper tantrum and thinking that he's so smart. But there's being smart, and then there's going too far. He's gone too far, is what he's doing. And if he thinks that he's going to smooth things over and stuff like that, or want to play these games with himself that he's won, well, wait till the world comes back and bites him in the ass, because they will, right? But we'll see. We'll watch it play out, see all what happens. At the end of the day, Canada will do its thing. The Mexicans and Mexico will do their thing. The rest of the world, UK, like I said, they'll stand behind Canada all the way, just like a lot of the other countries and stuff like that. Because what he's doing is just wrong. You don't take your allies, your friends, stomp on them like they're a fucking cigarette at the bottom of your fucking shoe, and then sit there and burn them like that, and then try to turn around and try to play niceties after that and stuff like that. Politics is politics, but come on. I've never seen something in the history of a president tweeting out stuff, calling women fat pigs, and calling people he's a racist and all these things. And then on top of that, like I said, you got the biggest narcissist control person ever. But what he's doing now to me, just bottom line for me as a Canadian, yeah, you're crossing every line out there, not just with Canada, but with the fellow people, the people that you should want to work together with, kind of like in this case here, right? You think that the parents should be working together regardless of what's going on. That's how I feel. Well, Canada, we're your friends. We're not your allies. You want to treat us like shit. Don't expect not to get treated like shit back then. If this is how you want to play. We'll play. We're not going to play your game. We're going to play our game. And it's just too bad. It's too bad that he has to do this. But he's got a lot. But again, maybe he's diverting for something else. But either way, he's looking like an absolute total fool in what he's doing. And it's going to come back and
So
bite you in
did
the
you
ass.
know that in his prenup,
That will go with that.
you said about him calling women fat pigs? Did you know in his so him and Melania have a prenup, and she is not allowed to gain weight, or he can divorce her and keep everything.
He's a narcissist, 1,000 billion% a narcissist, and fine. You want to be a narcissist? Fine. You're transparent. We see that in you. But you want to cross boundaries and you want to talk to the world like you fucking, like your guys' shit don't stink over there, and that you guys are the best, and that everyone's abusing your kindness and generosity, and that we owe so many billions of dollars for all the generosity of the United States and stuff like that. It's offensive. Like, who wouldn't be offended by that type of ignorant talk? You can think it, but you put it out.
Most Americans wish we had y'all's healthcare system and stuff, but they won't do it here.
Nope. Damn straight. Because Canada takes care of their people that way. Right. Most people will want our healthcare. Why not? It's amazing compared to yours. But at the end of the day, I mean, that's one of the biggest things that Americans would love is our healthcare system, for sure. Do you guys deserve it? Absolutely. You guys deserve to have that too. You shouldn't have to be burdened by thousands and thousands of dollars just to go to a freaking hospital, or to get help and stuff like that.
I went into debt, and I mean debt bad when I had cancer.
Yeah.
And
see, that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
It doesn't matter. They don't care.
We
are run by big pharma.
Exactly. So anyways, we'll get off the politics shit, just because, but this one is really, he's opened up a can of whoop ass for sure, with different people. And this one, I just honestly, just feel so much anger at how you treat your friends that way, you know. And yeah, so we'll see how it all plays out at the end of the day. It is what it is. You know, he is the, your guys' president, and he'll be in there for what, 4 years or whatever it is. Is it 4 years? Yeah, and see how it all plays out. We'll see how it all plays out is what it is. Um, but I'll be curious to see how it all plays out for sure as it goes along. But okay, anyways, I know we were talking about Sebastian.
You would think
And
he'd be a little nicer to foreign countries, considering his wife is, well, she's American now, but she wasn't.
he's just a narcissistic person regardless. You know, he loves
Very much.
control, you know. And again, and getting off of politics and getting on. And so again, my opinions aren't to offend anybody. My opinions are against your prime minister or your president of the United States for literally trying to talk to Canada and treat us like we're a fucking pieces of shit. And that, for all the help, and we would always, be loyal to the Americans for helping them anytime, just like our water bombers and stuff like that. That's the way we work. Canada's known for being a nice country, nice people, and stuff like that. We're known for also being quiet and trying to keep the peace and stuff like that. But I take offense
But it's
to
the quiet ones you have to worry about.
the firemen. Why? Because they're so hot.
The quiet ones. The
Oh.
quiet ones are always the ones you have to worry about.
Maybe. Yeah. Just, it's just, yeah, it's kind of bugged me, but, just offensive, to be honest with you. But whatever, we'll drop that topic. But at the end of the day, really, so going back to narcissism, oh, hold on, actually. Christopher Proudfoot. Oh, I went blurry. My camera went blurry. 1 sec. Let me fix that. That's what I hate about this one camera. It's that it's a good camera, the Logitech, but you go blurry on it from time to time. Whereas my other one didn't do that, and it was a cheaper camera. Okay, hold on. I want to go back to this. I'm glad actually nobody else jumped in talking about politics, because I know it can be a very sore spot, and I don't really like talking about politics. But, every once in a while, I do have my opinion, and I feel very hurt by what Trump is doing. Hurt and pissed off. 1 second. Actually, like I said, didn't mind, knew that the guy was a douche, but I, was like, hey, you know what? If you can make the U.S., a better place and stuff like that, and help people out and da 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 da, but he's a sinking ship, is what he is right now. Okay, so 2:33. What did I write? Oh, when he says this at 2:33, again, probably not something that's wise to say, but why do you say stupid shit like this? It's going to be at
You or I
2:33.
will prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law.
As
I'm
is
gonna-
your right.
Coming
Okay.
around.
Oh yeah, Sokka's still floating around.
Okay, that's all I was curious about.
In fact, we're actually keeping our eye on the cat now. We're helping our neighbors
You're keeping an eye on the cat that you're allergic to?
because
I
all these
don't
storms
think
and
it's
stuff
you.
kind of.
That's what I was going to say. I thought he was allergic to
Just to
cats.
make sure everybody's animals
Uh-huh.
are good.
Right. Hey, JP.
This is where he's talking about his gun or whatever.
I was listening earlier. I heard y'all talking about some other folks.
Uh-huh.
And I guess some of the things that they were saying.
Yes, sir.
And I just kind of laugh at all of it, to be honest with you.
You have very broad shoulders.
As they say, ain't my clowns, ain't my circus.
I know.
Are you referring to the interview we were watching and somebody was interpreting?
Yeah, whoever that was. I mean, come on, really?
Yeah.
Well, I'm
I was just gonna say, stay away from Chris McDonough.
yes, please.
If he
Do
ever
not-
comes to interview, don't do it.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now, and this is the law of the land. It's real simple. This property has signs on it. You violate what that sign says, I don't care who you are. I will prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law.
As
I'm
is your
gonna
right.
don't care.
As is your right.
I mean,
Yeah.
there's only certain people allowed on this property, and if you don't have that permission,
Yeah.
well,
It's just that he's retired law enforcement, so sometimes people trust him more than they should. So,
no, I don't care who you are.
and he made a mockery of the Wells
and all other-
situation.
Well, I would not be the one he wants to do that with.
Yeah.
I also think that I think that was a brave warning because you also own the airspace over your home too.
Oh yeah, sure do. And when you want to know about air rights, let me know. I'm a crane operator. I know all about air rights.
Oh,
You
so
have a
you might
certain you
know
have a certain footage above your house that is your space, and nobody's supposed to interfere in that space.
Yawn.
Well, in Tennessee alone, it's a misdemeanor to do that for the purposes of stalking or surveillance.
Illuminati's voice
Well,
irritates
it's
me.
also
I think it's here.
if you have a drone or you want to fly some type of aerial equipment and you don't have an FAA license
Yeah.
and you're doing that, I will let everybody know we don't live in the city limits. We live outside of the city limits. So discharging of firearms is very common outside of city limits in Tennessee.
Yeah.
That reminds me of what a typical thing we think Americans would say. All down here, if you guys see that, beware of dogs. It's not beware of dogs, it's beware of guns over here. If you guys come on my property, I'm going to shoot your ass. All I am, though, when he says this, I'm just like going, honestly, like, I can understand it if he was on a different type of show talking about freaking guns and saying that. But you're talking about missing child Sebastian, and all you're talking about is, let me just put it this way over here. We're outside of the city limits, and if you come over here, just if a gun mistakenly goes off and hits you in your ass, it's too bad, But I don't know, but I just kind of going, really. We're supposed to be talking about Sebastian, and here all of a sudden it's like, there's Christopher Proudfoot letting y'all know that, I'll take a gun to you over there because outside of the city limits, we have different rules and regulations. How did you take that one? Like, did you take it as kind of stupid?
Typical American.
Is it like that's what it reminds me of, to be honest with you, because you guys all know, and I want to say something actually before we go on. Again, politics, I'm not even really into it all. I don't even like discussing politics. Do I like the American people? Absolutely. Your president, Trump? Absolutely not. Two different things there. There's American people that a lot of them don't even agree with what he's doing. So there's a huge difference between me not liking your president versus trying to bash America, because you guys are our friends. We've been friends for a long time. You guys might not think the best of us sometimes. Some of you people over there and stuff like that. But for Canada, it's kind of like we've always thought of ourselves as Americans and Canadians are united we stand type of thing. Like, if we're in something, we're in it together. We might not have the cavalry that you guys got and stuff like that, but it's always been allies. So I just don't want anyone to get that mixed up between a president that I'm talking about versus the Americans. Because obviously most of my friends are Americans, and most of the people that watch here are from America, right, Sharon? Like you guys, right, Melissa? So two different things there. As for the whole gun thing, like I said, Canada's laws on guns, absolutely so different than your guys's. Again, it's not beware of dog like it is over here in Canada. It's beware of I've got a rifle and I'll shoot you and pop you in your ass if you come on my land type of thing, right? Because again, we have two different rights when it comes to gun laws. Out here, you pretty much can't have one unless you're into hunting. It's very strict, very, very strict. I know I sometimes I watch the border things when Americans are trying to go up to Alaska and they're trying to bring in their guns because they're driving through. Minute you cross Canada is the minute you lose those guns, type of thing. Even if you're heading up to Alaska, just two totally different things, anyways. But yeah, so that one. So for you, that's just a normal thing an American would say, pretty much. Whereas for me, I'm like,
Yeah, that sounded pretty redneck America there.
I just thought
But
because we're talking about Sebastian, and then he's making comments like that. Like, I get it, but I mean, the focus is supposed to be about Sebastian in a sense, and it becomes about these like side conversations and airspace. And I get it, like the conversation is talking about, but honestly, everything to do with the Proudfoots is everything that takes away of people trying to help. And let me ask you, Melissa, where are these little circle jerkers coming from that are all threatening what is called the green team, sus team? What is it with all these people trying to throw threats? Why? Because people are trying to look for a child, whether you're Chris or
right,
Katie.
I don't understand like why there's a team. Why is there what is Chris Proudfoot's team, the red team? I mean,
Yeah.
there are no sides. This should be about Sebastian and finding Sebastian, not who we believe, And I guess maybe that's why I'm doing these documents, because the facts are the facts. And it doesn't matter if I like Chris and Katie. It doesn't matter if I like Seth. The fact is, we have a now 16-year-old boy missing who needs to be found.
Absolutely. Cute dog. Whenever like Melissa's gonna be getting this ready to drop sometime within the next week, probably. No pressure. She just wants to make it good so that you guys can click on all the links, and then to the left side, you can click on the different tabs to take you to. Well, hold on. What's going on here? Maybe you haven't gotten there yet.
There's a few that I haven't gotten to. Pascal, I haven't gotten to yet.
No, okay.
So it's there for me to do, kind of as a reminder. I'm in the middle of doing web sleuths now, and then I've got a bunch more links I have to add in from law enforcement and such. So, I mean, hopefully I can get it done this week. Hopefully.
Well, whenever you can.
But there's a lot to go through because I've got, I think it's like, hold on and I'll tell you. I've got 4 more interviews I have to go through with Chris and Katie after web sleuths. And then I have probably about 100 links that I need to get in. And I know it seems like it's just copy and paste, but it's really not, because I have to make sure it's a good link, and then I have to figure out what it's about and put it in the right spot, and it takes a while.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see here. Happy birthday to your channel. 4 times around the sun and you're still going strong. Way to go. That's what YouTube has on my thing. But it was my birthday, I think, a few days back for this channel. When I opened this channel, it was a long time ago, when I was just making some funny videos for some birthday things for friends or some Valentine videos back in the day. I think it was around 2011 or 14 or something like that. Anyways, when I actually created my channel. Back then I had no clue that YouTube was a bunch of YouTubers, that they turned it into a bunch of YouTubers and you could earn any sort of income. And no clue about that stuff. So those people that were on that bandwagon when it happened, and have their million following and stuff like that, well, good on you, because I was clueless to all that. I was just playing around making videos, and I'd created a YouTube channel. Anyway, so about 4 or 5 days ago, it said happy birthday to your channel. Okay, so
So
just
I
to
looked
kind of,
on my channel earlier and it said I had 54 subscribers. I was like thrilled to the moon. I
oh
was
yeah,
like, oh, cool. I went from 28 to 54. Awesome.
that's
I
right.
know that doesn't seem like a lot, but it made me
Yeah.
super excited. So,
And again, yeah, if you guys could go support Melissa's channel there at American Justice, and she is on Twitter as well, and just go support her and give her whatever, because again, she'll be doing more, and she's done a heck of a lot of work for this particular project. As you can see, there's the little sidebars. This couldn't be laid out a lot, in a sense, in a nicer way. Nobody has put this type of time or effort into this type of gathering of interviews, of footage, whether it's from the news channels as well and stuff like that. And then with the little side tab there where you can click to the different things you want to go, you always got to love stuff like that. It's a nice little setup going on when it's complete. Again, it's just one of those things. If it can make somebody's life a little bit easier, trying to help them find something, and stuff like that. And it's all about Sebastian, right? Which has always been the hi, Helen. Ooh, first super chat of the night. Thank you so much, Helen. Thank you for the super sticker. I think some music will go off in a second. But thank you so much for that, Helen. Appreciate that. Appreciate you guys. Just want to say that over and over again. I truly appreciate the fact that we keep trolls out of here, that it doesn't matter about views and clicks, that it's all about the information, about having family that's considered that it's a crime and shame family that continue to watch, the mods that are awesome and amazing, that have been with the channel for a long time and stuff like that. Never ask much of the mods. They're not forced to do anything. They do things on their own accord. There's never a mod meeting or anything like that. Whatever they want to help out with, they do. And like Ben's great for links. Sharon's great for thanking people. Same with Ben and that and stuff like that. So the mods are never forced to do anything. They're just friends of the channel, really. And, just have the power to try to keep the trolls out. And but yet everyone can have different opinions. That's perfectly fine. Just always keep it respectful, about that. So nice to see you, Helen. Were you lurking? How long were you lurking for there, Helen? But I just quickly do want to go back to this again, just to reiterate the pictures that are out there. Let's see here. Let me just go back to those. Need to click on this and this. Okay. So those pictures that are out there, as we know, okay, this one sec. Let me just take that off for a second and
do you
make that.
have the one where it shows the camera on the side of the house? And if not, do you want me to send it to you?
Which camera? The one on the side of the house? Let me
Yeah,
see.
do you have that one, or do you want me to send it to you?
Are you talking about on the side of the house to where that little where this garage house is? That one?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me see here. Let me just go to my. No, hold on. Let me go back. Let me go back to this one. Come on now. I want to go to my uploads. I think I have that file. Tell me if this is the one, and then I'll look at your probably message. You talking about this one?
Yes.
Yeah. So, right. There's the camera that's pointing right at, the house, really. Okay, well, obviously there's another camera. There has to be another camera because this camera, okay, and then they're showing this picture here. But so I think it's just pointing there, but this camera here, which is in this area here, can look exactly at the Proudfoot home. Looks at meaning
Yes.
you're not just seeing this portion of the house of the Proudfoot home, you're seeing the entire backyard of the Proudfoot home. So again, that's just knowing where that's coming from, and that you can see. Well, we could just take that off for a second here. So let me just go to this picture, and where you can see the Proudfoot home. Okay, like all of it. This isn't even the full picture in itself. You can see pretty much all of this. Remember, this is just off of Google from when the house was being sold, but you can see all of this from that camera of the Proudfoot home. So trust me, if Sebastian were to gone off to the side, knowing that this view is bigger than this, and the trees are February, he would have been seen coming out here. He would have been seen over here, regardless of the other house with the camera. And he would have been seen coming out the side here. There would have been some sort of motion. And he definitely would have been seen on the corner house, if there was anything. So bottom line is, again, that thing that people are wondering about, that's in this picture here. Okay, just to go over this with you guys again, this is the gating. This is the black gating. It's giving the illusion that it's part of this. It almost seems like it's part of the land of this garage. It's not. This is from the Proudfoot parking lot there. That's Katie's back of her van. The blackness there is just the black gate that surrounds both of their properties separately on there. So that's giving the illusion. So if you took that out of there, let me just see if I can do that quickly. Edit. Magic eraser. Let me just kind of take that out of there for a second. All right, erase. Let's see if it does what it's supposed to do. Well, kind of left it black right here. I used to have a really good program that was good for this shit. It's probably going to do it too much. Anyways, yeah, see, it's just actually creating it to be worse. Bottom line is, that's the back of Katie's van. That is the Proudfoot home. That is the parking lot. That's Katie's van, because these things here is just the black gating that's on their yard. And you guys know that black gating because you guys have seen it multiple times. Katie's van, again, is right here. We know that that van is in line with the house with the light on across the street of it, right? Here's a black fencing here. The neighbors have their own black fencing up here. As you can see by Google, we know that the camera is coming from here, okay, this part of the home. And that camera sees the backyard in its entirety, and it sees this piece here that is Katie's van. So many people, anyone watching this channel, if nobody's, because the other channels, they were like guessing all of this other stuff, camper garages, barbecues, okay, so the deception there, again, it's just a trickery of the eyes. The black gate that we all know too well. I think I can. Wow, it's hard on this picture because this one was a small picture originally, but so the gating doesn't come in as pronounced here. Does it? 1 second. Let me just see here. Which home's that? Just trying to see if I have something. Is there one on here? Or which home is this one? Oh no, that's a mock-up. I think that was Pincho's mock-up. It doesn't matter. It's somewhere. Anyways, we all know that that's the gating of the home at the back of their house, and there's two of them. But anyway, so again, really just going back to this imagery here, right? Okay, because Julie gave Mob Crew and the image that wasn't tampered with. Again, the once you took away SF's bullshit of this whole privacy thing, and you used the same exact picture that was given to Mob Crew by Julie. The light is coming from across the street. That's the tree. This is Katie's window, bedroom window. There's also one right here. I'm not going to put too much into the reflections of lights coming on there because it's. Oh, there the music goes off. Thank you. Thanks, Helen. Thanks, Helen. Appreciate that. So that was just to show you that, yes, that's what it looks like. That camera can see all of that. So it still goes back to this. For me personally, I take away the fact that Sebastian would have seen at the back, on the side, or on the garage side. That leaves nowhere for Sebastian to go without being seen. It just coincides with the police LE saying that there's no proof of Sebastian leaving the home. It just goes right back to that. So regardless of all this muckery, if anything, it should tell you those things, that Sebastian didn't leave his home, not on his own accord, and out on a camera view. It doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense at all. No, what makes sense is the stuff that does make sense. A fun day for Sebastian, through and through. Katie taking a couple pictures of him, all that stuff. So the only alternative then is that if Sebastian would have been seen on either side, but yet they're still confused, that leaves Katie's vehicle leaving a garage. And perhaps was Sebastian in the trunk of that vehicle? Did Katie do something? Did she meet up with somebody? She could have met up with somebody easily, and not like maybe her car was seen driving around, but she could have easily have met up with somebody, perhaps Christopher Proudfoot, perhaps. Who knows truly? But I'm totally in agreement with that. I got enough information for myself to understand that Sebastian would have been seen on the garage side, back side, or the Kellen and Stafford side, and that vehicle with the lights on obviously would have seen Sebastian, Katie, or Christopher Proudfoot if that artwork or whatever you want to call it was in fact true, but it's not. Okay, that's pareidolia, and you would have had a video of watching Christopher, Katie, and that cross the street carrying Sebastian. If that vehicle that's sitting at the corner at 258 had anything to do with Sebastian, would have its lights on. And then that same vehicle, and police have already told you that every vehicle has been accounted for. So there's only 2 vehicles that we know of, and that's on camera. Obviously, the corner one on Stafford would have all day to look at their camera, which I'm sure that they did, to see about any other vehicles. We know about the garbage truck, right? Obviously, there's more vehicles that left past that point, between the 5 o'clock, 5:30 in the morning time and stuff like that. Obviously, there's got to be more vehicles getting ready to leave for work and stuff like that at that time. But for me, I'm satisfied myself with understanding that the last place Sebastian was, because the dogs couldn't get past it, the cameras couldn't get Sebastian, who does that leave you with? It leaves you with Katie Proudfoot and Sebastian in that home. And that the only thing that leaves that with me left then is that there was one vehicle in the garage, and that was Katie Proudfoot's vehicle, and a garbage truck that came at 5:12 in front of their home. I'm more likely to believe that Sebastian would have been put in a vehicle and something obviously happened to transpire. And that's my opinion. That's my thoughts. I'm just trying to take the facts here, come up with my kind of conclusion, but knowing that it's not factual. It's just my personal opinion. Melissa, your turn.
I agree. I mean, it's just not. If you want to believe that that is a picture of Chris and Katie putting Sebastian in a car, then you might want to make a neurologist appointment, because that's not what it is. It is a manipulated photo that is just that, manipulated. And
Well,
the light, it says clear as day, not Katie's window with lights on. Exactly, but there are so many out there pushing that this was Katie's light on and proof that she was up at 3 o'clock. We don't even have the full view of this camera.
I know.
It's not.
Right.
People are making something out of nothing, honestly, in my opinion.
It's kind of like this.
That,
yeah. There's people that are going to twist this around to that's a person. When in all factuality, which I've showed you the overlay earlier, that's just the tree. That's just the tree stump. The light caught it a certain way. And these right here are just symbols of I think it was Crabtree. They look like symbols or whatever. That has nothing to do with the picture whatsoever. But people are going to take that and run with it. Thank you, Helen. Look at Helen.
Go, Helen. Now you can use Sebastian stickers.
I was going to say, now you can use the Sebastian stickers. Okay, the Sebastian hearts for Sebastian. Thank you, Helen. Yeah, it's like Helen, back to back. Helen bought me a coffee today. Or a drink. Or a Pepsi. On there. Maybe two. A couple of them. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. But anyways, yeah, so people are going to try to twist that into a person when really I've already shown you guys, and even Mob Crew went back and said, no, that's not a person. It's part of the tree. Once he actually had time to look like I did after I got off his live, I'm like, I can't rest until I put these pictures properly together, knowing that Julie had sent him the exact same image pretty much as the one that SF put up with the stupid freaking privacy shit on it. And it was easy to see exactly where the truth lied. And it was easy to know that that's a tree, and the light happened to catch it on a weird thing that took out the rest of the tree, because that tree is going at that neighbor's window. And if you look just on even Google Earth, you will see where that tree is in comparison between, it's in the Proudfoot land, but it goes right up that window that's across the street. Again, so you want to try to you don't want those things to get pushed. You don't want those false narratives out there, because some people are going to feed into this like this is a person, when we all know that. Again, let me just go back to it just for the sake of it. No, I shouldn't have to show it again, but I want to. Is this the right one? This one right here. Okay. So this is the one. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me make it bigger for you guys. 1 second. Okay. So ignore these symbol things that has nothing to do with the picture. That just came on them from whoever had them first. Anyways. And the timestamp, obviously SF put the timestamp on the picture, meaning it's not a truthful stamp. It's a stamp that's put on there. Doesn't mean it's not the true time. No. It just means that I think in order to show the picture in a certain way for people to see, that he ended up having to put the timestamp on it. I mean, he should have showed the original, but whatever. Okay, so again, just going back to this for anyone that's watching this later that didn't see it. Okay. Oh, wait, this wasn't the one. I thought this was the one. But this is the one. Okay, wait, hold on. Hold on. Right. No, because if I take that off, then I can't do it. Thought that was the picture. Maybe I overwent it when on that picture that I did have up already. Home. Was it? It's not that one. I don't think it's this one either, but we'll show it again. Oh no, this is one where we're showing the timestamp. That was just me because this isn't a true one that SF put on there. That's not a true camera timestamp. But was this the one? No. No, that's the one showing you. Okay. I must have went over it. Like, it's not that I don't have it, but I think that's the one I was playing around with. Which one was I playing around with a minute ago? I had it all pretty and everything. That's not it either. Okay, this is. Hold on. Can I get rid of that? Oh yeah, that's just me squiggling. Fine. I don't even actually. 1 second. Don't want to get rid of that. Just want to get rid of the do-rod shit in there so that you guys can see it better. Come on, get out of there. I've already got this picture thing or whatever. Okay, so again, this is an exact overlay because it's the same picture. One is Christopher Proudfoot, but is this the one? Okay. No, it's still not the right one. Because anyways, but I'm not going to bother with it anymore. But anyways, that person that they're trying to make seem like a person, or if people run with that story. So right here, okay, this is the thing that they think is a person. That's not. It's this tree here. That's in the Proudfoot yard that goes up, But again, this is just showing you that this is SF's picture with the whole blurred out shit. And then this is the true visual that you would get because Julie sent this into Mob Crew. So again, you can literally, it's verbatim, right? There's no, it's verbatim. The light source come from across the street, right? This is whatever time. Do you think that's a sun or a moon? I took it for being a moon. I think that's a moon.
I think moon.
That to me looks, so the sun rises in the east, sets in the west. Yeah, no, I think that's a moon. East, because this is northeast, southwest. Anyway, to me, that's a moon. But regardless, anyways, a little bit of light coming through that one window here. There's in the darker picture. But bottom line is, it's this piece here that people are going to try to run with like it's a freaking person. Don't fall for it, people. Come on. We've already shown you that it's the freaking tree that's in front of the Proudfoot home. Oh, hey, hold on. Yeah. Okay. So it's 11:11, people. Thank you, Helen. 11:11 means an angel's watching over you. So you just got to talk to them. Okay. Or a wish, make a wish, whichever you prefer to think of it on there. Okay. I need to head off here because I have to still work in the morning. My husband needs to get to bed because he has to work a lot earlier than I do. So let's wrap it up for tonight.
I am gonna continue working on getting these links and these interviews done. Yep. I don't know how long I'll be up today, or tonight, whatever. It's 2:12 in the morning my time, so.
Oh yeah, right.
But I want to get it done so we can get the factual information out there, and I want to get this Google Doc out because it has the clickable links, unlike the other one. I like the other one better, like visually, but you can't click on the link. And if I'm going to put it out there, I want somebody to be able to click on the link and go exactly, if they want to look at the timestamp or
It doesn't have to be
They just want to go watch it, whatever.
Yeah. But don't forget, like what I was doing with you, showing you earlier, you can import images and different things and make it prettied up if you want to. But honestly, it's not about, honestly, you want a file that's comprehensive that people can click on the links, go to them, without, which the other one didn't have that ability. It just showed the links where it was from. But again, Alyssa's basically, we told you that the first one was 1.0. So we're going to ramp it up, again. And so what Melissa's trying is to make it as easy for you guys to click on stuff, go see stuff, I think, let me ask you this, and we need to end this live. Do you think that Sebastian's case is going to be resolved at some point in the near future? When I say near future, I'm kind of thinking 3 to 6 months. Do you think so?
I do not, and I will end that thought with a quote from Christopher Proudfoot that was made December 19th, 2024. Christmas is coming up. Once again, we're going to have an incomplete holiday. New Year's, what's next after that is Valentine's Day. Right after Valentine's Day, what is the next one? So you know what? He is telling me that they're not going to find him anytime soon. And
let's cross our fingers.
I feel like he's not. I hope that he would be. I pray that he would be, but I just don't. I don't know. My gut says no.
I was trying to hold out some hope with flashlight, vehicle stuff. I was trying to hold out hope myself. I still will hold out hope regardless, but I still think that the most likely scenario is that Sebastian, like Ellie says, they don't have proof of him leaving the home. There's no proof of life of Sebastian leaving that home. Then that would lead me more to believe that something has happened bad to Sebastian, versus trying to hold out hope I still will hold out hope because, of course, without anything, but I think that there is something there. What is it that the police off the cuff guy said? Oh, it was a good saying too. Something like, there's no such thing as absence of evidence when there's evidence of absence. Okay? There's no such thing as absence of evidence when there's evidence of absence. Right, Katie? Katie? Evidence of absence? Katie? Right? So just
and you know what? If she would talk, I honestly, in my heart of hearts, and like I said earlier, I've gone over this. You and I have gone over this off of when we're not on lives, we've gone over this together. And I feel like she is key, whether it is she did something, which is what I believe, or she knows something that she doesn't even realize she knows. But either way, she holds that key. And law enforcement crime 101 is that the last 48 hours of a person's life will tell you what happened to them. Well, the last 2 hours or 5 hours, 8 hours, whatever it is, from 6 o'clock that morning, whatever time they woke up, is telling me a lot, because you do not take an autistic child and do that many things in one day. It's just not done. I have an autistic child. They don't do well with that. And even Seth said it would have been overwhelming, it would have been overstimulating, and it would have triggered Sebastian.
And
I think he knew that.
Yeah. Okay. With that being said, you guys, Helen, appreciate very much all of your super stickers, your super chats. I think they're mostly super stickers. So you become a member. It's Helen that day on this one. Hello from hot Australia, 45 degrees at the moment. I'm just jealous when she said she had a pool on that. But anyways, you guys
I
appreciate
know
it.
that 45 degrees for them is hot, but right now I am sitting in like
45 is
20-degree
ridiculous.
weather, so I would take 45 my temperature.
45 degrees is freaking hot. Anything in the 30s for us is I'm going to be probably cranky ass if I have to deal with 31 to 35 shit going on. So imagine that. Yes, I do, Helen. Right when I seen the name, I totally do remember your name. Absolutely. As soon as I seen it come up on this super sticker, I was like, I know that name for sure. Absolutely. Now, don't ask me exactly what case it was that I particularly remember you from. Husband need to go to bed? Yeah, no problem. So see, Helen, husband needs to go to bed. But anyways, but Helen, regardless, I do remember you absolutely, because and that's from at least a couple years ago. I feel like at least. Um, Jessica, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Thank you, Jessica. That's the word. Yeah. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Right. I really love that saying when I heard that. Which is named from a police off the cuff today and stuff like that. But anyways, husband needs to go to bed. I'll see you guys probably tomorrow because tomorrow is Thursday and then I don't have to work Friday. So, anyways, probably see you guys tomorrow. See what Melissa's up to.
Depending
Anyways,
on how much of this document I get done, I may not be on tomorrow. I might be
hey,
sleeping.
you know what? Absolutely, you do you. At the end of the day, uh, I'm not. There's never a requirement that you have to say yes to me. Anyway, thank you, Jessica. I appreciate that. Again, prayers to Sebastian. You guys keep it real when it comes to the Sebastian Rogers case. Just ask you to think logically, critically, and with common sense about what makes sense, right? And again, you guys don't have to have the same thoughts I do, but I'm pretty fine with believing that Sebastian ended up not leaving the home that day, and that puts the monkey's wrench or whatever you want to call it back to Katie, because again, just through everything, I think the that the truth here speaks what happened to Sebastian, meaning the fact that he couldn't have left that house on his own without being seen, especially when we have these new visuals of the backyard and what would have been seen on the camera. Before, it's just our guesswork. We're thinking complete darkness and stuff like that, right? Sometimes we're thinking about that first house on the corner, but not everybody has a shitty camera ongoing. But anyways, God bless you guys. See you guys tomorrow. Yes, years ago. Yeah, Helen. It's been a while, Helen, but thank you. Thank you for your contributions and go enjoy that swimming pool or an ice cube bath. Anyways, good night, you guys. Thank you, Melissa. Again, American Justice. Go sub to her channel there. Her link is in the description of this video. And you guys have a great night. Sweet dreams. God bless. And do you love Canadians, Melissa?
Some of them.
Okay.
I don't know
Because
about all of them.
yeah, just some counts. Because I know I'm included in one of those. Okay. Good night, guys. God bless. Amen. Bye bye. Prayers for Sebastian.